We are live and we are alive. And my mic, I think. Okay. We're gonna do things a little bit differently. Welcome one, welcome all to the first ever photography competition. I've been talking about this for months now, and I know you're probably thinking, why am I doing this on a random Tuesday? Well, there is no time like the present. Along with that, I'm also planning on leaving timestamps for those who ever check out the stream later. Therefore, check the description, check the scrub bar, and mayhaps you will see your name listed out. While I should take into consideration the fact that people have kind of staggered submissions from what I've seen. Also, we have a lot of submissions. 44 on the form, not including ones which may have multiple submissions. So I imagine we'll probably be looking at over 60 photos or so, give or take today. What's up, Pixel? Funny man, how we doing? Welcome. So if you want to just see your own submissions, you are in luck, because I will try to consolidate the stream to work that way. And yeah, as far as actually producing some sort of video from this live stream, or rather the content, I am not certain as to what to do, so I'm all open for ideas, but we'll figure that out along the way. So allow me to mark our first timestamp as just opening or intros, right? God, I could brought with me some headphones. Sup, Titus? How you doing? And let's not wait or dilly-dally around. Let's just jump straight into it, because like I said, we've got over 44 submissions, and that's not even including ones which might have multiple submissions. So I'm gonna download this image from Wiri. And then we're gonna, oh yeah, see, this is what see, now see, they submitted two. And, yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. See how long the stream goes for. It's probably gonna be like 3 hours or something like that. But anyway, let's see. Getting my bearings here. Okay. Our first image. Put up a timestamp. 350. 350 Wiri. 350. Okay. 4 minutes. Alright. So here's our first image. Fairly interesting, right? We looked to see what is a forest. Got more people coming in. Brand Animations, what's up? Hiccup, hey. Rest in peace, Pope Francis. Yeah, he was a pretty cool guy. So, I haven't looked at everything, but obviously some things are unavoidable, and I know that we have a lot of forest photos, so this is going to be one of many. Dr. Darkly, what is up? How are you today? And quickly I'll show you the compare and contrast that we can kind of see here between, is it too late to submit a photo? No, go for it. Check the community tab or announcement tab. You should find the submission link there. Trees and power lines, yep, exactly. Tree fingers. So, color grading goes a long way, and per my request, I had said if you were to submit an edited photo to color grade, one sec. All right, we're back. We're gonna restart. So let's call it 9 minutes and 15 seconds or something. Okay, so here we are with our first photo submitted by Wiri. This is the first time I'm ever looking at this. I've never seen this before. Clearly. Oh, just ignore this. And welcome, we got some more people coming in. We got Minty, what is up? And we got Ronnie Miller. How we doing? Yeah, that was a Steam notification. Many of you who are active members in my Discord obviously may know about the one user who is basically, I wouldn't say they're stalking me, but they basically message me like every single day being like, yo, hey, yo. I know Pixel knows about them. And Funny and Titus, most likely. Anyway, not to distract from Wiri's wonderful image here, which, as somebody mentioned in the chat, we see trees and we see power lines. and it kind of creates this unique composition where we have these straight lines vertically cutting through the image with the trees, as well as horizontal ones with the power lines. So, very cool. Hey, yo, what's up? Anyways, we've been on Wiri's image for like 7 minutes or so, give or take, because of my stepping away. So now we're gonna move on to our second submission, which is submitted by Dada71. So thank you, Wiri. You've got a pretty large chunk of the opener dedicated. And Dadis has 2 photos. So we will go ahead and put that, call it 11:10. And here we are. This is our first image. We've got 2 vertical images. Looks like they might have been taken with a phone of some sort. And they both kind of have similar color structure, you'll notice. Oh, I forgot to ask Shookbot what he thought of Wiri's photo. But that's alright. Shookbot is resting. I like this image for a couple reasons. Again, we see more modern infrastructure with power lines, but then we also see some older infrastructure with this railroad, which looks very small in comparison to how large they actually are. Like, it looks almost toyish or miniature. So I wonder how high this photo was taken, because we can see here we're actually over some of the trees. Not all of them, obviously, from our perspective, but it does, the horizon line is a little over the halfway point of the overall image. And then there's a reflection from the sun onto the tracks. So I just wonder if they're possibly like standing on a train to take the photo. I don't know. What are your all's thoughts? And then our second photo submitted by them, which was taken a couple days ago. This reminds me of when me and my brother used to ride our ATVs in the woods and came home after the sun went down. That sounds like a lot of fun. Dang. Here's our other photo. They said this is one of their favorite photos that they've ever taken, and honestly, it's a pretty awesome photo. Once again, we kind of are in this intertwine between new and archaic. For first, I thought this was also wires, not rails. Oh yeah, true. Because the wire's up here. So we have this blend, because obviously this is like a very high-grade, sharp photo. As we can see from the still elements, minus maybe the blurry hand here, which actually captures like some somewhat action and motion, so that's kind of cool, right? But they look to be like welding something or smithing something in such an old-fashioned way. I mean, I've never seen like almost like a cartoon anvil like that. Maybe when I was like fairly young on like a school field trip or something. What's up, Solo? I did not see you in the chat. My home is outfitted besides a grassy railway. That's beautiful. See, it does kind of remind me of home when the power goes out. Oh yeah, because it was such a dark, dimly lit photo, apart from the only light illuminating being basically the sunset in the background, which is actually a pretty interesting thing to point out. So I appreciate that. Shookbot, do you have any thoughts about this photo, or these 2 photos in general? Totally dissociating right now. Oh, I'm with you there, buddy. And also, we're going to turn you up a little bit so everyone can hear you. Thank you, Dadis, for your 2 submissions. I like how unique they are. Alright. Wow, we got 4 submissions from Float. So let me download these. And then I'll read them off. And then we'll take a look at them. Any float fans in the chat? Whoa, his last one is actually color-wise pretty poppy. Okay, so Float says, with our photos here. Well, actually, let me pull up his first image, and then we can talk about it. So then I can put our timestamp, which would be 16:15. So Float has 4 image submissions. I prefer int or double. The first one says, my basement. Just jokes, it's a Florentine crypt. Second one says, just sending my most recent cool image since I won't be leaving my house anytime soon. Our third image is rock and water, and our fourth image says, the sky really looked like that, for real, no editing. And that's a pretty interesting thing to note, if that is the case, which I imagine it would be. So here is our first image. They said it's some type of Florian crypt, and what I'm immediately noticing is our framing here. We have this pillar which blocks off, I would say, about 1/6 of our photo, right? And kind of the same over here, but a little less. This one's brighter and this one's darker. We see some interesting things, like a literal human skull and what looks to be a representation of Jesus on the cross. Kind of fitting that we just had Easter. There's some fancy objects over here. I'm not exactly sure the significance, but what's interesting is that once again we have this intersection between modern and ancient. This genuinely looks like my living room. For real? Without the skull? Oh, okay. I mean, you know, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing if you had a skull in your living room. It would be weird, but it wouldn't be the weirdest thing. But I do have an ornate glass box. Cool. And you got the stone walls and the dim lighting. What I find unique about this photo is obviously we have the top half of the image here, which has these religious artifacts. But then if you look at the bottom half here, we have like a bar stool, a fire extinguisher, and like a black trash bag. And it kind of speaks to the overall nature of the things that we've been seeing so far, where everything has kind of displayed something that would kind of set these photos within a certain time, or frame them within a certain time, right? Like, we've seen power lines, maybe less this one, just because all we're seeing is the older, you know, mechanization type thing, despite, I mean, there's a socket wrench right here if you look really closely. At least it looks like a socket wrench. And of course the photo is super high quality, but it's kind of like, oops, it's kind of like that, this presence of modernity that's just like resting in the background, that, you know, these are contemporary photos, which actually is kind of undone if we continue to our next photo. Well, actually, we do have these modern lights up here that similarly do the same thing. But this image is interesting due to how pristine and open this environment is. And it's actually fairly interesting. if we were to start with this submission. It looks like a tiny barrel. It does kind of look like a tiny barrel. I just see, like, when I zoom out, I see like the little teeth ridges, and I want to imagine that it's like a piece to a socket wrench, but could be wrong. That's just what I'm seeing. Do you see what I mean? I don't know, it's kind of hard to see on the stream because the stream is only 720p, and obviously I'm looking at resolution that's 3000 by 4000. Speaking of which, I did not mention that these have all different resolutions so far. So this was 4000 by 2000, this one was 3000 by 4000, and then this one is 4000 by 3000, which is probably going to be your standard photography resolution, 4:3. So anyways, anybody have any thoughts so far? I feel like I'm just kind of talking into the void. I would obviously love to hear your all opinions on what we've looked at so far, or maybe even this image. What I was going to say was it'd be interesting if we started with this photo, given that this was Flo's second submission, and then he submitted the other one, and so like as if we were to transition into this photo. So we kind of start in this open area, super bright, super regal, you know, gold accents and highlights. There's a mirror here, that's pretty cool, so that kind of gives us more space, understanding for the room. It's all been interesting, appreciate that. And then, like I said, we transition into this photo, which is kind of like the opposite, but the same thematically. I think it's a fine addition to my collection. One thought, it feels like that pillar feels empty. This pillar right here. There's also some pillars outside, so we can kind of see that this exists in some side of older structure. It looks like we have like limestone of sorts. Hi, hello, sorry, I'm still at work and think I won't be able to join for an hour since I plan to meet a friend. Sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry for my inconvenient timing, but I do hope that we will be able to catch you later, and I appreciate you at the least stopping by and saying hello, and I hope that you have fun with your friend, and thanks for popping in. It looks like a palace. It most certainly does look like a palace, but it is fairly interesting how empty this entire space is. I wonder what kind of building this is. I'd imagine some type of museum or old government structure. But anyways, like I said, it's pretty interesting how thematically these two kind of align. I feel like if there was a secret painting and the secret door would pop up like in those video games. Exactly. Like you press in one of these tiles here, right? And then it takes you to this crypt. Shookbot, any thoughts about that? First! Oh, nice, man. Alright, so this is our third submission by Float, completely switching it up on us. We have a open shot of nature displaying rocks, sticks, these little, dang, this is a really cool photo now that I think about it. Just like that, now that I'm kind of absorbing all the elements, because, you know, when we first look at a photos, our minds go from one element to another to then what may be in the background, which is kind of something that you can experiment with when it comes to photos, is like the chronological development or understanding of when looking at something. So kind of imagine setting up a photo where you're kind of tricking the viewer, where you think that the narrative exists in the forefront. For example, if I were to do it like with this image, right? We're going to focus on what we're first drawn to, which would be this these blue waves, because they have so much motion and it takes up basically a third of the photo, when in reality, Float could actually have photographed the focus being something in the back. Like, for me, I find it rather interesting that we have these massive, what looks to be waves, yet there's just these boats that almost look like they're about to get capsized, yet our focus are these rocks and the splashing of the ocean onto the shore, where we can see things like sea foam and we see a huge variety of colors. So that's just something to consider when taking photos, is what can you do to kind of create this narrative. Those are mountains. I don't know, they look kind of ship-shaped to me. Especially this one, right? Obviously there's mountains in the back. but it could just be like clouds or fog or something, but honestly, I have no idea. Well, look at those towels, really cool to look at. It's just some amazing detail. The moment of water splash is cool though. Obviously, I did not even mention these mountains over here as well. Reference. Got you. But yeah, and then let's take a look at our last float photo, which is taken at a different resolution. This one is actually 1:1. Intense interstellar music. This is Akiri Industries. The song is The Arrays, version 3. So many ships, yeah. Oh, okay. So I'm just being... Forget what I said. Yeah, y'all are making references that I clearly am unfamiliar with, which is actually embarrassing. I used to claim Christopher Nolan was my favorite director, but I've only seen like The Prestige, Memento, and the Dark Knight trilogy, so I don't claim that anymore. But he's quite the auteur, I suppose. The sky is on fire. So this is an unedited photo, but I imagine he might have increased the exposure. Oh, I'm interesting. I'm noticing a lot of noise with this photo, probably because of the high exposure. Lesser in the more open elements, but definitely down here where the image starts to find a little bit of compression. Damn, these are actually Canadian houses because float is Canadian, but they do kind of look somewhat like American suburbs, right? I've never seen a lawn IRL. Lawns are overrated. I'm more of a fan of native plants anyways. Whose submission is shown here? I was not watching while coming inside houses. These are all float. So these 4 photos are all float. Excuse me. I'm still recovering from respiratory issues. Thank you for asking. But I do want to quickly take a look at some of the things that we actually have going on in the background rather than just discussing the visual elements. Like we have a white fire extinguisher, we have this little left turn sign. Hold on, I'm gonna cough again. Yeah, I agree completely with you, Float. Too much water. And for what? So it can just be a repeated patch of grass? Native plants can host animals and wildlife, and it's good for the environment. Grass is like literally a weed, so don't like lawns, but grass does make up most of the oxygen production, which is unfortunate and sure justification for lawns, but honestly just plant some more fruit trees. Yeah, I mean, there's also and we don't really have to get into this now. I'm sure we'll see a lot more images where we see things ingrained into nature, but there's like plant sexism where we only plant male trees because female trees bear fruit and they bear things which, you know, produce stuff that would essentially make a mess. And so people don't really want those types of things in cities because then it's like you have to have somebody to take care of them and clean that up. But, you know, there is a benefit to growing your own fruit, and, you know, nature has a way, as they say. I do find it interesting, before I quickly move on, to the fact that the lighting is kind of overlaid with this reflection on the fence, and it kind of blends in with the light post here. I'm not exactly sure as to why that happens on a scientific level, but if I had to guess, I would say it has to do something with the sun. I know. Bold takes only here on the Shookey channel. Next up, we got Minty, who is in the chat. What is up? Everyone say hi to Minty. And they have submitted 4 unique photos. and allow me to download these, and we'll run through them, and I'll read out the messages. Oh, it's a web file? Yee. Okay. No worries, my friend. Okay. Allow me to read these messages. And we're gonna put a new timestamp, so we'll call this 3103. Well, actually, I need to pull up the image first, so 3112. Minty. Hi. Thanks for being here, my friend. Let's see what you have to say. First and foremost, oopsies. Just sending my most recent cool image. I imagine you mean hashtag cool images, since I won't be leaving my house anytime soon. I like that a lot of people had said that. They had been like, yeah, I'm not gonna leave my house anytime soon, so here's like something that I took like a week ago, and then I literally like delayed this by an entire month. 20 days to be exact. I'm including the obelisk just cause. Okay, that can be something that we'll have to look forward to. Last one, unless I have the opportunity to leave my house again. And then we have this one that was submitted today that says, hey Shook, I know you saw this already, but I kind of want to reshare this with everyone on stream. Me. Feel free to skip if you want to add insight worth a shot. Alright, so we have this first image here, which probably, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way to any of the previous submitters, but is our first image that feels like it has some type of, how do I say this? I feel like with the other images, it definitely felt as though, I don't know how to articulate, excuse me, what I'm trying to say. In regards to the previous photos, but I'll say that like with this one, I feel like Minty was definitely particular in their submission with what they were trying to convey, right? Like, I feel like I look at this and it leaves me more with an open-ended feeling, or like I feel like I have more questions compared to the other photos, if that makes sense. That's kind of what I'm trying to say, right? Like the other photos, there's a sense of purpose, right? Like we know that Float took this photo because the sky was pretty. We know that Float took this photo because the waves were pretty. We know that Float took this photo because the architecture was pretty. With this, I look at it and I'm longing for something, but that feeling is intentional and well executed, right? Because I'm only getting what Minty is giving to me, which is what looks to be the roof of a building, as we can see with the fire sprinklers, and then some sort of catwalk, but we don't know where it leads to. On top of the fact that everything is like this beige wash, and that we know that there's something right below us that's just out of reach with this little area, which looks to be another part of the ceiling. So I imagine that there's actually more open room down here. So very well done in that aspect. I'm gonna quickly move my mic so it doesn't get tangled with my headphones. There we go. And that's why I think this is a very effective photo. So Minty, if you're still here, fine job with your first one. Shookbot, do you have any thoughts on this image? Can you add to what I'm trying to convey? I was just a child when the stars fell from the skies. Dude, you're always trauma dumping on us. All right, here we are with our second photo. I can say that below the catwalk is like a 4-story drop. See, that makes it even more fascinating because I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have guessed this was like a gymnasium, but that's madness. So this photo kind of falls back into the conventional aspects of photography, but I love that we are presented with a lot to take in. So let's start from the top. Let's start from the bottom and then move our way up to the top, right? Because I think right here, I mean, this like little square that I have zoomed into itself is a fairly interesting photo because of all the different lines and shapes that we're looking at. What's up, Torma? How you doing? So we have this area, right, where we see these little generator thingies that you always see on like top of buildings. You're not really sure what they do. I'm certainly not sure what they do. And it's kind of walled off in this little brick wooded area, and it's integrated with nature in these trees. In the background of that, you can see these red, almost orange paint marks, I suppose. And then there's a little blue thing up here too, and that's kind of cool. So that's really interesting. And then there's like a parking garage. And then as we move up the photo, I'm curious about this, right? Because to me, I just think I'm good. I hope you are too. I'm so well now that we're doing this. I'm very excited for it. You see, like, okay, maybe this is just like an addition to the parking garage. So we move up, and it's like, what the heck? This thing is still going up. And we see in the background we have some more buildings here. This looks like to be some type of residence complex. We see like a little cell tower. We see another building over here. And as we keep moving up the image, what is the point of this thing exactly? Just some random, they just decided, hey, let's take this pillar here, which appears to be connected to this parking garage. It could easily not be. And extend it up like double the length of the actual thing for some reason. Reminds me of Rush Hour movie. True. I'm sick, but I will survive. I hope you feel better. And then, of course, it is contrasted to this super tall building, which I imagine is also like a resident building, which is super tall if you think about it, because it's so much farther away, whereas this one's close up. We actually get a better sense of scale looking at these cars, so you can only imagine how tall this one is. And then there's like storm clouds forming in the background. The obelisk. It is strange. When I saw the pillar, it was not connected to anything, not connected to the garage nor to the building. That's weird. See, that makes it even more strange. It's only framed in a way that it's connected to the garage, but in reality it's not. So, very interesting photo. Oh, there we go. That's pretty cool. Reminds me of something out of like a Ghibli movie. I don't know why. Fairly straightforward photo. Get it straight because it's like a straight pathway. We see the ground is a little wet. I like that there's only this one area which has a reflection. We're kind of encompassed in this concrete, almost like sandwiched between two buildings perspective. And it's fascinating how we actually see that there is a separate path that can be taken, but visually it's blocked off from our peripherals. I thought indie horror game location at first, yep. And I like that somebody actually like included like a little ladder here in case, I don't know, maybe like some old people who want to traverse this way don't have the ability to actually get on top of here. I don't really have too much of a sense of scale, but I can't imagine that this is too high up. And it is interesting as well that we see that there's some overlap with the roof here, as well as the super bright, specifically white light coming in to the photo. Not like a blue or a yellow or even like a pink, but tells me that it was sunny yet cloudy. Some old people want to parkour. Yeah, they do. And then this is our last photo here where we see a torii gate. And this photo is just so visually stunning. I mean, I love everything about this photo. I remember when you first submitted it, I was so basically awe-inspired. I wanted to take it and do something with it because I was just so impressed by it. I love the fact that there's this like rainy weather. It kind of gives you that Pacific Island vibe. And the basically just like the concrete mixed with the greens. It just has such a human touch to it with the little like green, almost like mold, I guess you'd say. I think that this photo, this isn't the point of this stream. Teddy Bear says, I really like the colors in this photo. Yeah, this isn't the point of this stream. And I'm not going to do this for any other shinderu. I'm not going to do this for any other photos. Maybe. But I really want to just throw this, because I imagine this is just like a raw photo, right? I really want to just throw this into an editing software really quickly and just mess around with the levels, because right now, what we're kind of working with, which in itself has a very good natural look to it, I just want to kind of balance out those gray washes just to kind of see what we're looking at. And not that. And like I said, we're not going to do this for every photo because we're like almost 50 minutes in and I have a lot more submissions to go through, but this image definitely is just calling to me. It's challenging because I don't want to make the dark parts down here super dark, right? Then we don't want to do too bright. See, now we're actually getting some grays from the sky. Let's do that, and then give it some color here. Breathe in some life. That kind of looks cool, right? Again, this is not the point of the stream, but when I saw this, I kind of just had to. And I hope you don't mind, Minty. Yeah, so I feel like it gives it like a more polished look. But this is fine just as is, right? Like naturally. This is indeed just out of an Android phone raw photo. Yep. And I'm not a photo editor expert by any means. I just wanted to throw this in so we could kind of see what it would look like because I was curious. I'm not good at Japanese, but the only thing I can spell correctly is Bokomo Wakaren, which means I don't know either. Dojo yoroshiku. Oh wait, now this photo reminds me of Bunny Hop map, B-Hop Japan. Dang, I missed a lot. Such an old map, nostalgia. I don't mind at all. Awesome, thank you. Okay, Shook. So, thanks for letting me mess around. I'm gonna go ahead and save it for funsies, and then maybe I'll drop it in the. Oops, I'll drop it in the. Is there like a refresh button? I'll drop it in the server at some point. I was trying to do this, so now you can see. Yeah, what I would do, honestly, I was just messing around for a second. I'd probably turn up the brightness a little here, just because I don't like how dark that is. But I do like the colors that we see from the concrete back here, especially. So, thank you, Minty, for your wonderful, wonderful submissions. I'm glad that gave us a lot to talk about. But we are going to go ahead and move on. Next up, we have, once again, 4 separate submissions. So I'll download it, I'll pull it up, put up a timestamp, we'll read the messages, and that's how we'll do it. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. These last images are huge, like file-wise. Ooh, okay, so this is something that I only imagine we'll see once or twice. But I know you all are gonna like this, because I think this is awesome. Dang, what a photo! Holy moly cannoli. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. Alright, let's pull this first image up here. So we call this one... This is from our one and only Nikuro. And our timestamp is 4624. Nikuro. Thank you for your submissions. Fairly average photo, right? Well, obviously I'm not just calling it like an average photo, but fairly standard photo. It's hard to tell exactly where this is, but obviously I'm not going to say it's America. That is obvious by stylization of the stoplights, and the cars even, and the street signs. But there's no real regional indicators to go off of. And I see Hiccup already knows what the edited version, which, yeah, that's what we're going to get to. But let's go ahead and read off these notes here, and then we'll get into it. I saw these old repeating clouds during a trip and took a picture without thinking it could be liminal. Isn't that funny how that works sometimes? I edited the cloud picture by removing the cars and trees, making the traffic light pull longer, and increasing the saturation. 1 second here, I'm just gonna... Allergies. So Teddy Bear says, the clouds are so cool, and Minty says it's an altocumulus. Oh my gosh, shoot me. Whatever. It's a cloud. I love the sky, by the way. But if we continue, you will see the edited version submitted by Nikuro, which is... Look at that. Isn't that sick? Shookbot, what do you think about this? It's shooking time. It really is. It really is. What a cool photo. Executed editing-wise, but also just thematically, this idea and what we see with this, like, oh my goodness, this is almost like, it looks like a painting, right? It's freaking awesome. But I love that it's this super open environment, right? Not a single car on the road, yet all the lights are green. It's like telling you to go. It's like implying, like, okay, you may pass, but what lies beyond is, well, a mystery, I suppose. It's just so funny that all these lights are green, yet there's no cars. It just gives this feeling of like abandonment, but everything is so clean that maybe like it creates this narrative that things just like vanished one day. It's so true liminal, and I know this is so cliche, but it's like weirdcore, right? This is so well done. This looks like my campus, no joke. That's funny. The colors are such a nice touch. Reminds me of older Windows versions like XP and older. Like a Bob Ross painting. It's so cool. I love the purple light blue relationship. Even the trees. Yeah, even the trees. Symmetrical. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. I don't know how they did that. That's incredible. I mean, I cannot imagine how long this must have taken. And the details, the fact that they eliminated this singular weed to make it this... It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier, right? About like lawns. It's this unnatural feeling of artificialness. So, the road of 80s. Just like having me balance myself with the stoplights. Nice, nice. Weird core and clean spirit. I like that. I like that. Cool, so we're honestly a third through our submissions. I do have to scour the Discord as well when we're done, but right now I'm just going through the form, so... Modified, I apologize if we get to yours a little later than regular. But I appreciate you being here. If you ever have to go at some point, I can kind of put a rush order on your photos, but I am just going through the form right now, so... With continuation of our Nikoro submissions, their third one says, this is an abandoned factory in Belgium called the Coquerel Sambre Chartel. I visited this location in 2022, and my friends, look at this photo submitted by Nikoro. Now, obviously, I imagine this has to be edited, unless they have like a really nice camera in which they can edit in real time and then take a really clean RAW. I mean, just look at this. This looks like it's straight out of a video game or something. It just feels so unreal to be real. I mean, you have this volumetric lighting peering in through the ceiling at multiple points, right? Obviously, we want to imagine it's just this one area, but we can see some in the back as well, and then obviously up here. And then there's smoke floating through, like these like vicious dust clouds that are kind of screaming into existence to be heard. Kind of spooky. Hiccup says Portal. Yeah, Portal. I mean, I immediately thought like Source Engine, right? Whether it be like Half-Life or Portal or Left 4 Dead. And isn't it so funny that like we associate like dingy construction industrialization with the Source Engine? I'm volumetric fog. Yep. I'm having ecstasy, I imagine, from this moment. Yep. Very cool. And the colors. Yeah, the color contrast in this, OMG, it's edited too. Yep. Like everything looks so pleasant almost. Like everything kind of has this like soft feel to it, but obviously if you were to touch it, it would be cold and callous and rough and bumpy, but it looks like it's like nice and soft. I know I'm like glazing this photo. I will say, right, just from a narrative perspective, I think that this photo is heavily carried by the environment and the editing, because, and I want to be fair, I want to give everybody their critiques. So when I'm saying this, it's only from love. And this isn't to knock the photo in any way. It's just, I'm critical. I'm a critical person when it comes to these things. And I want to always push the artist. So this isn't a personal attack by any means. I'm prompting a lot for something so minor. But I will say, I feel like... And here's the thing, right? I let other people off easy. I let Float off super easy, and I let Wiri off super easy. But because Nikoro is such has presented such stunning material, I want to just mention... Oh, there. You know what's funny is that there actually is graffiti. You can see here. I feel like the only thing that this image is lacking is somewhat of a true narrative, simply because what we're looking at, like I said, is heavily carried by the visuals. Like, all I'm getting from this photo is that it's just a factory, and that is visually interesting, but in photography, you also need a subject. And I've been chewed out for that before, right? Many times. And because this is just an image by itself, it's so less of a series. I'm only presented with what I'm seeing. That being said, the visuals make this photo, as I've been saying. But that's something that I would want to see more of. And that's only because of how good this image is, right? It makes me want to see more. So please, 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 I hope you don't take any offense to what I'm saying. It's only out of my lizard brain wanting to find deeper meaning. But that's enough of a tangent. I'll go ahead and continue on to our next image, also submitted by Nikuro, which is also a visually amazing, stunning image. See, this one is kind of exactly what I was searching for before when I was talking about presenting some type of narrative. They write, these escalators are part of an abandoned Herman Hertzberger office in the Netherlands. This shot was hard to take because of how dark it is. So this is kind of exactly what I was talking about. Yes, it is possible to download third-party programs, so you can add a lot more various shaders to Gmod and even things such as SSAO effects. Like, this has the narrative that I'm looking for, right? Because I can picture somebody in this abandoned environment. Whereas with the last one, it's like, okay, is it just a worker? Or is it somebody exploring it? Is it, like, a property for sale? Whereas this, it's like, wow, I see the story here. And it has this playful energy that reminds me of that one photo where it's like the different staircases and some of them are upside down and some of them are like angled diagonally. You know the one I'm talking about. I don't remember what it's called or if it even has a name, but it's like iconic, you know, it's always used in like cartoons and things like that, where the people might like walk upside down in the same shot or something. This is the best image I've ever seen, the escalators to hell. I mean, it's just so fascinating because we see down here, this is water because of the reflection. And there's one escalator that goes up this way, in this left to right. There's one that goes left to right here. This one goes right to left. And this one is right to left as well. Some of them are like broken down but have repairs to them. Some of them don't have repairs to them. We can see multiple floors. We can see like 1, 2, 3. Obviously they're standing on another one, so it's got to be 4, maybe 5 or 6 floors. Relativity? Let me go look up what it's called. Yeah, MC Escher relativity. You know, I was gonna say I think it's MC Escher, but I wasn't sure because I thought it might have been even older than MC Escher. But you are precisely correct, Titus, in that. And honestly, I think it's super fitting that you knew that. And I do wonder as well if that is an artist that you might find inspiration from. But if you've never seen the photo by MC Escher, Relativity, you have. And I implore you, if you have the ability right now, to go look it up, to go do that. And while you're at it, like the stream. Love you. This is not an abandoned mall in Thailand. This is called Herman Hertzberger in the Netherlands. It was an office. So, that's rather fascinating. I would have thought it would be a mall too. But nope. I like how you can nearly see things, but you can't tell what they are. Like the bottom left is super rad. Yeah, exactly. Again, it creates this narrative, and obviously I'm talking about the classical drawing, but for me, it reminds me of Dead Center from Left 4 Dead 2, if anybody knows what that is. Bro, I'm back from doing the dishes. Is this Chernobyl? Holy moly. If we add a text in the low middle, I think it could look like a film poster. Awesome. That's true. You put some thin text right here. Put like, screw it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it just for funsies. Just because I want to now. I'm having too much fun. Oops. Right, like just like that. I need like an inch. This is a big image too. 4,000 by 6,000. I need like an interesting word. I could just call it like relativity, but get some thin font here. Maybe even larger than that. Oh, but I gotta do it in all caps, don't I? Something like that, right? I wish I had something smart to add, but I think I just repeat what you already said. Have you seen the photos in the Sally's made a flare photo of koi fishes? Whoa, that's crazy. And a red color. More so like some maybe like a slight red vignette on a multiplier. This is not the point of the stream, but whatever. A little less than that too. I mean, that just looks cool, right? Kind of like gives us like motion effect almost too. Make the blend less opacity. It looks like a book cover. It looks like a something, right? I'm gonna bookmark the stream. People really submit awesome pictures. I can't believe all of them were taken by people on your Discord server, and just on YouTube. Maybe if people found something, you know, looks like a game that was never released. I like that. Awesome, cool. I'll add that to the soon. Yeah, I gotta add like 2026 or something. That's good. Oh, why, what? Oh, well, that's some weird number font. Let's go with that, because I think that fits more. Although it is not as thin as the other one. Try that. What is with these fonts, man? There we go. That's honestly as close as we're gonna get. I'll make it a little lighter too, because I feel like it's still a bit thicker than the other one. Look at the video. I don't know why, but if you told me it was what color, either zombie or sci-fi thriller horror, I'd believe you. It looks like a Roblox chat because of the names having colors. True. It looks like a film poster, like a Jake Gyllenhaal is looking at us from the stairs. Oh, what's that movie? Donnie Darko. Let's get back to the photos. The chat said subs are white. Cool. Fun stuff. Oops. Well, that was fun. These are quickly filling up here. Alright, next we got Jared Ham. Actually, I'm gonna come back because I don't want to dox this person on accident. Let's do Bill Artman. We love Bill Artman. Bill is an original These 4 pictures have one common theme between all of them. All right, that's opening up an entire Discord link. It's probably gonna link to the message itself. Yep. Oh wow, we have 7 photos to go through from Bill. So this might take a little bit. Let me open up our first one for y'all. And as well, I will start downloading each and every one of them. But just so we can move on, right? Because we're at 1 hour and 5 minutes right now. Call it 1610. Bill Artman, thank you for your submissions. While I download the rest, I would like to allow for our viewers to take a look at what you have submitted here. And can I get some of your thoughts in the chat while I fill this out so we can have something to talk about as soon as I finish with my last 3 photos. Ooh, that's a cool one. Shame that the resolution isn't coming out as well as I'm wanting it to, but that's Discord. All right, 7 photos. What you got for me? Why is the other photos just liminal spaces? By the way, if you don't know what a liminal space is, look at what liminal spaces look like. Fun fact, I'm living in a liminal space with my dad and mom and sister. I've actually never heard of what a liminal space is before. That's when it's so cool. Red doors, that doesn't sound good. Because some rooms, when they're empty, look like liminal spaces in the house. I mean, it sounds scary. It's giving me paranormal, poltergeist, Amityville horror vibes, or real classic horror. I'm talking like German expressionism, right? Really cool, if you ask me. I don't know how many of you have seen like older. I'm talking like 1920s, right? You go look back at some of those, like Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. Those films are shot on like film that was made at the time. They are either 1 or 2 of these colors, if not a blend of like an orange or a yellow. The FOV of Dead Player and Phasmophobia. My house is a hallway. I really like how the red door is off-center. It adds a lot to the photo. Yeah. It, for me, is giving classic horror, which is so funny. If we take a look at our next photo submitted by Bill, is honestly quite the opposite, because what we are seeing is this like super nice in nature photo. Excuse me while I put on some different tunes for us to have. That's pleasant. That's very fitting. Haunted footage, ah. My grandma's old house used to look like that hallway. What is that? What is with grandparents or elderly folk and having like horror movies as their house? Scary PNG GIF jump scare. Beautiful. Also reminds me of Fog Entity in Gmod setting when you change its color. Oh, true. The film light color grading on these is awesome. Yeah, I do wonder how Artman took these. But this is really cool because of the primary colors that are being displayed. We have solid reds. The light is creating yellows from the reds, and then the entire background apart from maybe what looks to be honestly like the ocean or a lake or a body of water of some sorts, and the sky. Well, no, this part is obviously blue, but this part is like yellow. But we're getting 3 primary colors, right? We're getting our red, we're getting our blue, and we're getting our yellow. So that's really fascinating, especially when you consider that this part of the plant is probably like a green stem, but not to what it looks like here. I know I keep saying, but the colors are so good. I love the contrast between the red, orange, and the blues. It's really appealing to look at. I agree. I agree. Just a cool photo. Not much else to be said in that aspect. I like the 2 photos that we've seen so far. If we continue, we actually get something else, which feels more back to the horror elements, honestly, which is funny because then we go out of that again, just from having already seen most of these photos. Remember, a lot of these houses were made in the 80s, so they all look like classic horror movies because all those had those sets, but that's just a theory, a liminal theory. I don't know if you all are getting that like the horror vibe from this, but I definitely am getting the horror vibe from this. And it's cool. It's cool to see like an old classic baby carriage, but Rosemary baby. I don't know why that's just my first thought, is just like a ghost or a demon baby or a ghost baby is hiding under this carriage. Aren't there like horror movies where you see like a baby carriage and they have this like little thing and then they open it and then it's like demon baby? Shookbot, please inform me on your opinion about this photo. That's what she said. Okay, well, that didn't really make any sense, but I appreciate you making the effort to keep our spirits light in way of what could be considered something horrifying. Kind of funny how these are kind of playful in a sense that they both kind of represent innocence and childhood. So, little background for this photo, because I saw Bill posted this in a different channel and they had mentioned their fascination with like the I Spy books growing up, but I think that's exactly what they were trying to replicate, and they did a really good job, and it makes me very nostalgic with all the different elements. It's kind of interesting because it's kind of like this weird feeling of collective childhood. Brother really got some sick pictures. Yeah, I'm loving the variety. I mean, we went from a horror looking image with unique film contrast and colors to something that felt super open, again feeling this feeling of innocence, to the pure representation of innocence, right? This like baby carriage draped in a white veil, to this playfulness, this thing that just itself is like a game. And I can see some of you are already pointing out the objects, but I'll go ahead and continue that notion. Hiccup says, flint and steel. I lost my marbles, by the way. So we have coins. A little... You know what's interesting is that these all come from different places, is what I'm realizing, because this one literally says Hong Kong. This one says 1982. I Spy books or something else. I haven't seen anything like that in years, decades even, right? That's what I'm saying. Titus sees thimbles. This looks like it's some type of like baby candle holder, or like a toy candle holder. Yeah, there's a thimble right here. There's dice. There's shells, as Drakima-san says. There's little Sorry pieces. Who remembers the game Sorry? Chicken jockey. I'm sorry, Bill. That's just eternalized into this photo analysis now. By the way, Drakitama, if that's how you pronounce your name, Drakimata. Everyone in the stream right now is fairly familiar with what liminal spaces are, because that's what my channel used to be based around. So if you enjoy liminal spaces, I have like 50 plus videos on that topic. I thought I'd just mention that since you happen to still be hanging around. I think this one is one of my favorites. Okay, I like that. I'm noticing that with these photos, we're actually getting a way less resolution compared to the last ones. I mean, this one was literally 4,000 by 6,000, and these are only, this one is literally 720 by 960. And you can see that sharpness clearly presented where I can literally see the square pixel right here, right? You can see the kind of checkered board pattern. Whereas with this, I mean, you're only getting these like noise compressions, and that's only when I really zoom in. You're not going to be able to see that, especially if it was like on print. Did I miss something while I was in the bathroom for a while? Not necessarily. Seriously, there's so many classic Liminal Spaces videos on this channel. Thanks, Titus. Here's another one by Bill. This one is giving like Windows background or Windows sample photo. And again, just the sheer variety presented in just the photos alone really speaks to Bill as an artist. To mention the fact as well, the variety that they provide within their artwork. They do literally everything beneath the sun. They've made stamps. They do traditional 2D and rotoscoping. They're literally working on a game right now. So, man, I miss when liminal spaces were still a hot topic. Should I be feeling nostalgic for them already? Dang. I do sometimes pronounce it like how you do pronounce it, but I also pronounce it Drekimanta. Drekimasa.
The strength of this field is
we got someone talking.
Amplitude of the current standing wave.
It's crazy. Bulb ground. Looks like a background. Yeah, it definitely is giving like a background of sorts, right? Spherical light bulbs. Very cool. Also interesting that... Well, also, it's just like a very cool photo to see composed. I love photos like this one and this one because you have to imagine Bill physically putting all of these things together to create these photos, right? So it's not just like I stepped out in nature and took a photo. It's here's me actually synthesizing this piece of art with my tools and my capturing device. But we got two more here. This one looks like a tunnel of sorts, but given the nature of the previous photos being that it's like a close-up, I almost want to imagine that this is just like a wrapper or something, or something small, and then Bill put like a light at the end of it, and then so we don't really know what we're looking at, but I imagine it's something that he created, right? Solo hug. You should feel already been nostalgic for those spaces at the beginning, since it's kind of the point of them, half joking. Same with the ones toying dice, climb marbles, sounds cool, like a tunnel down the rabbit hole. Oh yeah, that too. It does kind of look like a well. Maybe Bill printed out some type of like well stone paper thing, but it also has these like rough edges to it. Maybe that's like foil, and then they kind of use some like brown lighting of sorts, or they used they were in like a brown room and then used the yellow lighting, but I don't know. This is our last one. Again, kind of that childhood innocence or wonder or whimsy with our bright colors. And it's one of those things that's just like, it's iconography, right? It's like the Andy Warhol Campbell soups, or it's like somebody taking a photo and having Coca-Cola in it. Like for that Worlds video I made, which I'll quickly pull that up because I think I can do that really fast too. Yeah, here we go. Right, it's like this. It's the recognition. It's the immediate lighting up in your head of thinking like, oh, I know that. I associate familiar emotions with that. Is this a Santa? It might be. I assume they do all have the same vibe. So yeah, the bulb one, good wallpapers. It looks like a synthetic cave. Yeah, right. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Fair point, but I basically double trouble. I may make a liminal space game. Cool. I'd love to play that. But yeah, very, very interesting stuff by the one and only Bill Artman. Good theming, interesting stuff's all around. Is Dr. Darkly still here? If Dr. Darkly is, if you're here, I can totally go over your image if you want. Otherwise, I can move on to Titus. Into Titus really quickly. Titus said they only submitted like one photo anyways, so. Whoa. Look at that, they both have little gradients. All right. Titus, you are 120, 120. I like this photo. I really do. Before I get into it, let me read this thing. I made a mask just to make this photo. Okay, that's all. Cool, cool. Keep it simple. This is awesome. If you recall back to what I was mentioning when we were looking at Minty's first photo, and I was talking about timelessness or representation of figuring out when something takes place because of elements that are ingrained into the photo intentionally or not, you know, talking about like power lines in the background or something similar. With this photo, it is obviously a contemporary art piece, but it looks like something out of like a World War I photography. Or that's kind of like what I'm getting, right? Or just something that existed in a period of time in which there was only film. Probably the lowest resolution image so far, lol. 512 by 512, yeah, I think it is actually. Interloper Half-Life 2, awesome, I don't know, remember him as the Mask Metal. It's made of painted cardboard. Wow. Yeah, you see, I'm looking at this and I have no clue as to what this material would be. I think that really speaks volumes to the image, as well as to the creative ambition that is made with this. My cat is under my chair. She is under my bed. LOL. Kitty. I didn't know you had a cat. But yeah, very cool. Obviously, this falls under the realm of digital photography, given that there is a white vignette and film effects. I don't know if the film effects are particularly added in post or not, but because of the fact that the vignette is added, it falls into that realm of digitality. My bro would love this. He's a fan of rarity culture. I don't know why I thought of Rarity from G4 when you said that. MLP brain rotted over here. But yeah. Very cool. It kind of reminds me of like a analog horror or kind of like cryptid thing, or maybe like an urban legend. You added the home effects and post. Okay, yeah, see. Like there's some legend of this creature who would just do like devastating things on the battlefield or something, and they appear in the backgrounds of photos, and if they have appeared in the background of a photo, like you see like a World War I photo of like a bunch of soldiers in front of a town, and it's about these soldiers that have all like disappeared, but then you look in the background and that you see that the common resemblance or denominator of these photos of these missing soldiers or these disappearing people is that there's just this masked creature in the background, and it's just some like urban legend or something. You see what I'm trying to say? That's kind of like the vibes I'm getting from this photo. That's where my imagination just kind of jumps to. But I'd love to hear what you all think and what this image makes you think of. But Titus, I appreciate you submitting this photo, and thank you for going out of your way to create a mask and do all these things to kind of make this, you know, tinker with our imagination for a second there. Let's go ahead and continue. We've got a classic, an old time viewer. And for them, I'm gonna have to comb through the Discord as well, because I believe they have a few more than 3 submissions, but on our form, I am viewing 3, by the way, in case anyone's curious. We are still a little under or over halfway. So if you're here for the long haul, strap in, because we're only halfway there. Okay, our next run through of photos is going to be from the one and only Mike. So Mike, you are 126, 26, let's call it 36. All right, Michael, what do we got here? We got some interesting photos. While I quickly download the continued ones, what do we all think? I forgot to ask Shookbot about what they thought about Titus's photo. I'm certain Mike won't mind if we just quickly go back, because he's cool like that. So, Shookbot, what did you think of Titus's mask photo here? Any thoughts, any opinions, any qualms, any inquiries? Sussy bussy, Among Us strip? Could not have said it better myself, my friend. Thank you so much for that. But here we have Mike's image. Let's see what the lore is. Arasaka Research Facility, Site B. And then the third image that they have, which we'll eventually get to, says perfect spot for reading Jurassic Park. What a dude. While I quickly comb through to see if he has any other submissions, does anybody have any thoughts about this specific photo? Why is... Oh, because I have stream mode on, right? Man, he's always changing his name. I'm like searching on the Discord. I just can't find him. There it is. It's a PL. Yeah, I thought that's what it was, but it's not coming up. And then in stream competitions, it has image. Okay, cool. So it's just these 3 photos. I appreciate him for making it easy for me. It's past my bedtime. Now I'll just watch the VODs. All right, Minty, I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. He's shady man. Shookey, I gotta go take I now take inspiration from this. I would actually sorry if only I could send mine through the Discord. Oh no, Shookbot got brain rot. It's getting grayer and further as it goes back. Gnarly. That was awfully worded. Quiet apocalypse. Mild and Lee's. This is the research facility. This is really cool. I love kind of entering. I think what I'm most excited about, or what the thing I was most excited about, and what I'm so happy to see from this competition is for the people who have submitted photos of, what I'm trying to say is like they're submitting photos of their world, right? So not necessarily Float's photos or Bill Artman's photos, or even our previous one, Titus's photos, because obviously those, apart from Float's, more Bill's and Titus's, right? They're like photos that were made compositionally, where it's like, okay, I have an idea, I'm going to execute it, and I'm going to take a photo of it. Whereas with Float's actually falls more into this. Float's and Minty's, And less Wiri, since that was more of just like a forest with power lines. And even like Datus, right? Because we saw the train tracks. These are like places that they either went to or that they go to and they see every day, right? And it's just nice to know that, like, it's this feeling of interconnectedness that we can all kind of experience or share, where it's like, for all I know, Mike could walk on this path every day when he's... Well, I mean, he travels quite frequently, so I don't know if this is Belgium or if this is Poland or if this is like the Netherlands or something, right? I imagine it's either Poland or the Netherlands, or not the Netherlands, Belgium, right? But it's just so interesting to see these are the things that he sees, you know, on a daily basis. And it's nice to kind of like enter his world for a moment. We all can kind of appreciate, like, this is who he is. Probably not going to stick around for the whole stream. Was good seeing you again, though. Have a good one. All right, Doctor. If you come back, we'll have your thing time-stamped, so you can come check out what we thought of yours. I appreciate you submitting a photo. Do y'all know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's just nice to kind of put a more humanized presence to the... I don't know. Let me just move on. As far as the actual photo, I love seeing a new environment, like I said. Maybe that just comes from bias because these are people who I have like a personal investment with. But we see like residential buildings over here next to this, as Mike put, like a research compound. And then there's this little like concrete thing here. Or actually, that looks like it's wood. And then if we continue on, there's this. This is a really cool photo. This is giving me like post-apocalyptic end of the world vibes. Mainly with the lighting and the fact that there is man-made interferences, right? We have these piles of wood that are stacked up, collected with other wood. And then there's these houses in the background, but they're all like rustic houses, right? It's like farm barns or farm shacks. And there's no human presence or human sights, right? Like, this is like I'm hiding out in the woods in the zombie apocalypse. And I've just cut my timber for the day to stay warm. Bear Witch blip vibes. Exactly. And, you know, they're trying to stay in relation with nature. They don't want to, you know, exploit the natural resources too much. So we can see that, like, some of the trees are chopped off. Like this one is, I mean, this might just be a log standing up, but we can see all the branches are cut, and there's another tree leaned up against it, and there's even some in the background here where it's like the same thing. They've like been cut, so just really cool. Teddy Bear says, "Ooh, this reminds me of somewhere I live." Yeah, right. Like, it has that familiarity for anybody who lives in these kind of types of like wood environments, where it's like, yeah, I can see myself like hanging out here. But allegedly, this is Site B of the Osaka Research Facility, meaning that these two locations in Mike's lore are actually connected. I'm getting more supernatural folk horror movie vibes, but that's just the fall forest and it being evening, right? At least y'all get that aspect of what I'm trying to communicate. And we'll go ahead and put on this playlist. Why not? Okay, this one fits a lot more with what we're talking about. And last but not least, we have our third image Mike submitted, in where he had stated a perfect place to read Jurassic Park. And once again, we have a forest unturned. So yeah, this one is a complete expungement of any... Let me restart. With our other stuff, it all has had or felt like there was some type of human presence, whether it be infrastructure or the natural composure of the photos, you know, whether it be buildings or what Bill and Titus have done. Whereas with this photo, it might be our first ever image so far that is clearly just completely in nature, right? Like, I don't see any buildings, I don't see any power lines. I see nothing that tells us that there were people here or there have been people here. Except maybe the fact that there's this little like dugout trench pit. But that easily could be something natural too, because that could just be like an animal making a home. All these photos feel like something happened before they were taken, and I love that they were able to communicate that through their photos. Yeah, and it's interesting because they were trying to like make like a lore of some sort with this, right? They were saying that like it's like a research facility. And to me, because there's no people in these images, despite like this having like a lot of tells that there were people here, it's almost like with the research facility, they did something wrong and something happened, and now he's like, it's giving like Last Man on Earth vibes. So really cool. It's so fascinating how that can be communicated through such simplicity. So awesome photos overall, and very well done, Mike. And thank you for your submissions. I'll leave that up there while we go ahead and move on to our next person. But if anybody else has any thoughts, I'm all ears in the meantime. I'm gonna go ahead and download our next ones. Okay, here we go. Got some more interesting stuffs here. Might hit the restroom really quickly because I've been drinking various fluids and it's been over an hour since the stream started. So let me leave it on mics and I will quickly run and then we'll start our next thing. So let me actually just do a break timestamp. So we'll call it 1:37:55. And thank you all for your patience. Thank you all for being here. I'll be back in like a minute at most. All right, we're back. Take your time. How's everybody doing? I know we've been going for quite a while. Is everybody doing okay? How's everybody hanging? How are we feeling? Look at that. We got a row so far. Shookey, any thoughts on Mike's photos? Any thoughts on Saka researchers? Whoa, dude. Right? That's what I was saying. Alright, next up we got thought engine. We'll call that 13955. All right, thought engine. What thoughts have you presented with us today? Thank you for your submission. Allow me to read off your notes as we look at your 4 photos. All that remains of a local meatworks. Wow, so this was taken out of meatworks. And then, yes, I checked. There wasn't a baby. Oh, shoot. Thought Engine has a 5th image that they submitted under a different name. Let me download that really quickly. They said, yeah, so their second image is going to be their 5th image. Their 3rd image is going to be their 2nd image. So their 2nd image says, yes, I checked. There wasn't a baby before leaving the scene. The other one says a secret vessel agent from World War II. And the last one says Queens Cliff VIC. Cool. Rather fascinating. I'm curious as to see what we're getting ourselves into. So this was a meatworks factory. That's pretty gnarly if you ask me. But hey. What are you gonna do? Shookbot response fit like a glove. Whoa, dude. Teddy Bear, I know you say you find the colors fascinating. I think that the colors for this are pretty interesting. Og, I just woke up. Hi, what's up, Anxiety? How you doing? We have not gotten to your photos yet. Not in any unintentional or intentional ways, but now that you're here, we can definitely do that next if you'd like. The reflection from the sun is just so good in this photo. Yeah, that's the main thing that I think we're presented here, besides our clear subject of the what was left of the meatworks factory. And I'm curious if the entire building was demolished and then this is like literally all that remains. It's just this one structure. But we can see that it is rather old because we see this like moss or these vines growing on the brick. Lens flare is awesome. I do like how it kind of pierces the image up here on the ledge, kind of creating this like perspective line, which matches this. It's slightly tilted, right? It's not exactly this. Praise the sun. But it is interesting how that kind of matches, right? At least from like a quick glance. And then the fact that we have this cylindrical shape that is also kind of tilted, but it forms these lines, right, for us. So a very geometric image. They are interesting. The primary color contrast, the dull colors of it, the smokestack is really nice. Yeah, it is pretty cool how we do have one side is this cloud-free blue open sky versus this piercing bright white light sun. It's kind of like glass breaking. Oh yeah, yeah. I know exactly what you mean. It's a good observation. What else is the fact that the lens flare is creating these red spots on the photo. Are you still here, Hiccup? Hiccup said the feeling that someone is watching you in those woods and just waiting to stab you in the back. That's very true. Let's go ahead and move on to our next image by Thought Engine because we have at least 5. So this is our second one. This is the one where they said, yes, I went and made sure that there was not a baby in the carriage, which is very nice of you, I suppose. That'd be pretty funny if you were just walking out in the middle of nowhere and there's a baby stroller and you were like, ooh, that'd make for a good photo. And there's just like a baby and you just leave it. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Anyways, what's interesting about this is the fact that they took it and they turned it black and white, kind of giving it this poetic-y feel to it. One thing, though, is, and I know I said I wasn't going to do this, and this is the 3rd time I'm doing this. When you're taking a black and white photo, if you are, unless you are taking a black and white photo, excuse me, let me backtrack. So unless the photo you're taking is in black and white, like you're using a film camera or something, if you're going to turn it black and white, like I imagine Thought Engine ThoughtEngine did for this, you want to, excuse me, I'm still stuffy. You want to play around with the levels to create sharp contrast. Otherwise, the image isn't going to be too visually interesting. And the only real deep blacks that I'm really exhibiting are on the wheels here. So if I show you what I mean. Sorry, just trying to clear my head. I don't want to sound super congested and snotty. Immediately right there, that looks better, right? Now we actually have some like things coming through, so it's not all just one gray color. Unless that's like what ThoughtEngine was going for, but personally I don't think that really lends itself to a very visually interesting narrative. Hey Jew, how's it going? Welcome back. So glad you're here. We are a little over or under halfway through this photo submission so far. So I think you made it at a fairly decent time. Let's see, we've gone through at least 9 people, and I imagine we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or so people. So yeah, a little over halfway. But that is my advice for when you're doing a photo and you will turn it to a black and white photo, is mess around with the levels. Don't just slap a black and white filter on and expect that to be what works, because oftentimes, like, that's the auto effect, right? And I did not even attempt to push up the whites. I was really only messing with the darks. But we can actually do that as well and see if that creates something interesting. And honestly, it does. Right now we're creating this like sharp effect. And that kind of makes me think of like the poetic nature of the photo itself versus like, what I mean is like, you know, the baby stroller, the representation of like youth and innocence, the fact that it's basically abandoned in this grungy field. You know, did somebody literally abandon their child here, or did they just abandon the baby stroller? The fact that there's marks here as well. Were they playing? Was there something else here? So it's just really cool as a photo, like as a concept, right? So you want to be able to like have those thoughts spawn from the photo, and if the photo is just this kind of like, I mean, it works as this gray too, but I just think personally, if you're going to turn a photo black and white, you want to mess with the values, because at that point you're already editing the photo, you've already manipulated it. But here is the message that they were talking about in regards to, I think they said it was a secret World War II vessel. So this is something where, and I don't mean to be critical a third time, but I'm going to be anyway, is this is less of a photo of like, here is my photo that I'm submitting for a competition, and more of like a, here is a thing that I like, so I kind of want, so I wanted to capture it so I could share this thing specifically, and less of like, here's a photo I'm submitting, which is fine. That's just what I am seeing, right? And the only reason I say that is because I know you're the last photo you submitted, or the second one you submitted, but the last one that we're gonna look at has that feeling of like, okay, here's an actual like artistry photo that I'm submitting. I'm glad I'm able to see half the submissions. I'll watch the first half back later, because the only present subject is this World War II vessel, and so that's all I'm basically extracting from the image itself. And there isn't really anything that stands out to me about your like composition. Not that it's bad, like I said, it's not a bad photo. I love seeing the various colors and how chill the wake of the water is. You know, there's not too many choppy waves. There barely is any. For all I know, this could be like a big lake or something. And I think it's so awesome that we're getting these buildings in the background. This one that is already developed, that's so huge, that almost looks like 2 buildings, that it literally goes out of frame, and the colors that we see there between the reds and the blues, which is very similar to this photo, which has a lot of reds and blues. One sec, I gotta cough again. Goodness me. This building over here, which is partially in construction, where we can see the outline of it, and then we can see the skeleton of it as well, and then literally a crane that's higher. And then, of course, a beautiful, beautiful lighthouse, which is still tall enough that it actually goes out of frame. So like I said, there's a lot of good things within this photo. It just, unfortunately, to me, doesn't read as like, here's a photo I'm submitting that's like my photo, right? This is just like, I want to share this part of the world with you. And that's cool too, right? That's kind of like what I was getting with Mike's. But it's just a unique variety that we're seeing here, right? Where we have this one which is like kind of this artsy like last remains of passing archaic times, to something which reads as poetic, to then here is just like a thing. Here's like a piece of history in a modern environment. This could be a good one, benefiting from edited stuff being added or taken away, or it being cropped. Yeah, right. Like I imagine if it was like if you had just photographed the boat and only the boat, and the boat was out in somewhere where it was only the boat, you could then put a frame around it, right, and then have the name of the World War II vessel, and this way it's like practically displaying the fact that it is a World War II vessel, because that's what you had said as the caption, right? Because that's what you're trying to emphasize. So I hope that makes sense. But we've got 2 more from you. So here's our other one, our second to last photo, and this is the one that I find pretty interesting. We have 2 what look to be decommissioned trains, maybe even more, that are off rails, just kind of sitting in a field. And look at these trees in the background. Those are so unique. So we got a lot of colors here. That's fun. And some text as well. Things that I personally don't understand. 33.1 T. What does that mean? Like 33.1 tons. So that's pretty cool that we get to see how like heavy it is. There's some more stuff down here too. So leading, engine, blah, blah, blah. More stuff that I don't really understand. And it is cool to see the newer train compared to the older train, where this one is like rusted, the paint's chipping off, and then this one is like basically untouched, yet both are out of commission. I'll grab something to eat real quick. Nice. Gonna go eat. I hope that looking at the photos while I'm away goes well. Thanks, Teddy Bear. Thanks for sticking around for as long as you did. Have fun. Funny that both of you were stepping away for a moment. Train cemetery, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, I mean, excuse me. That's something that is running through my head right now, right? Am I looking at some sort of, I will eat concrete. Am I looking at some sort of train cemetery? That's like genuine intrigue that this photo is generating. And I do find it interesting that your framing does not have the trains in the middle here, right? You kind of have it off to the side, where instead of it being right here, it's like over here. So my eyes are just immediately straight through, drawn towards this position, and it feels like you have intention and purpose with why and where you're standing in the ways that you decided to capture this photo. But that's all I can really say about this photo, apart from pointing out some of the elements in it within like these little tiles here, or you know, the actual greens itself here. We can see this is like some type of ivy and not actually just grass. I like that the yellow line is almost at the horizon level. True, that's interesting too. I was actually thinking about that too, how this line also kind of guides you straight down there. But we'll go ahead and take a look at your last photo here, which I only took a real quick glance at, but I think from a display standpoint is actually pretty cool. So we have a building, and if we, like I said, when we're looking at photos and like breaking it down, what our mind can visually absorb first, this is the first thing that I was drawn to, was immediately this huge building. And obviously the light is going to grab our attention since it's the brightest point in the photo. But then I saw that there's actually like another older-ish design looking building in the back. And then to continue that, whereas this looks like it's by itself, there's actually another building connected to it. So this actually is kind of like one big city block, or maybe like a college campus or something. But it looks like a train station. Also, we have some geolocation indicators with these palm trees here, so we know that this area must be coastal to a certain extent. So, pretty cool stuff. Good looking architecture. Yeah, it's definitely not boring at the very least. Each of these windows is sunken in and has like these little balcony railing kind of things. That's kind of cool. I kind of wish we were either shown more or less. Either don't show the fact that there's another building connected to it, or show more of the fact that there's a building connected to it, right? Like show both, so it kind of creates like a contrast between the one that's very old structurally and the newer modern looking one that's sleek and flat with the design, or even like this compared with that, or like or maybe just like a flat on thing of like just right here, right? So good stuff. Like I said, the reason I have such strong thoughts and opinions is because I'm so intrigued by these photos, and I think the variety you presented here is very interesting. So thank you, and we'll go ahead and move on. I hope for the next one, if you choose to participate whenever I get around to it, you know, we'll see what you share with us. So thank you for sharing things that you found interesting, because I certainly also found them interesting. But we'll go ahead and move on. Phantom. Okay, so this is taking us to a Discord link, which means we're probably either going to get one or multiple photos. While that's loading. Okay, just one, it appears. Wow. This is kind of like, it's kind of like a combination of everything that ThoughtEngine just did. Funny enough. So we'll call that 157.15. Phantom, thank you for sharing your photo with us. Here we are. So, thoughts so far? Like I said, it kind of feels like a combination, right? Because we had gotten orange lighting and we had the train. Now we're seeing orange lighting with the building in the background and a train, and it's in the snow. So, oh, pretty. Yeah, I think that's like the first thing I initially thought too, is like, what a pretty photo. That's why when I had seen it, I was like, oh yeah, like I want to be there. Yeah, it has this very inviting nature, and I know that snow in general can kind of present this feeling of innocence, or purity. Love the vertical layering. Yeah, oh my goodness, that's such a good thing to point out, or that's such a good observation. They used the entire canvas for the photo in a way that wasn't just like, for example, right, if we take a look at Bill's, this vertical photo here, like this is just the entire space filled, right? But this is like clear composure to have different multiple elements that are each so different in the way that they could be standalone. There's just a lot going on here, layer wise, and I think what you said had put it best, right? We start with the snow, which is really cool to see because we're capturing a weather event. You know, I think everything that we've seen so far has been cloudy or sunny. We haven't seen, no, that's not true. Minty's photo of the Torii Gate had, like, it kind of felt like it was rainy, right? And this is kind of wet too. But this is like, they're capturing snow. We see the fact that there's a metro here, right? A train here. A train is literally pulled up, which means that this had to be taken at just the right moment. They either like waited for the train, or they were taking the photo and the train pulled up and it was just like a serendipity thing. And then the fact that there's this looming building that is contrasted not only through light, but through the colors, where the snow is super white and bright along with this train, and back here we have this dark building which is not very lit up apart from the parts that have little spotlights on them, and most of the building is turned off too, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the windows are only on, meaning that this was taken very later, on top of the fact that there's like nobody in the train. So it's just a really, really cool photo, I think. Like, just as it exists as itself, right? Removing the artistry and the intent. It's just something that is captured that is like a once in a lifetime thing. Like, they would not be able to recreate this because the snow would be different, or it would be a different train number, right? It would be like 135 instead of 125, or the fact that these lights might be on differently. So I think it just like it breathes a lot of nature with the snow and humanity at the same time, with like the intent of the fact that there's certain lights are on, the fact that it's like a certain model. So I don't know, it has this like radiance to it. It has this natural aura, I think. I love the thought of glowing snowflakes. It feels like it's not light, but glowing snowflakes. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting too. Especially with like the larger ones up here. Very interesting. Shookbot, thoughts? Thoughts on this image? Can you add to what I'm saying, or can you provide us any more insight? Terrible job, super shit. Dude, that's messed up. I thought they did a fine job, but you know, he's got his controversial opinions. I don't know what his deal is, but I guess he's just not a fan. Alright, we got some interesting people coming up here. So thank you, Phantom, for your photo. Let me check really quickly in the Discord to see if this person had submitted other stuff, because I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah, I just want to make sure if this is one photo or if it's multiple photos. Huh. Okay, so it's just one. I'll quickly put that on the starboard. But it's got 4 stars. I might as well, right? I haven't seen it. Okay, our next up is from the one and only, from the depths of the deep dark, Hello Man. So, Hello Man, thank you for sharing an image with us. We always appreciate any submissions or contributions. And we're working with a pretty interesting photo. It's funny because it's also similar to Thought Engine's. I love this image, Titus says. That better be sarcasm, Shookbot. Yeah, it better be sarcasm. The heck, man. And I have to select another playlist really fast. There we go. Such a good one. Yeah, let's talk about it. Please allow me to hydrate. Alright, sorry about that. So, there's a lot that we can do with this photo. And I'm wondering where to start. Hiccup says, let's just look how many cranes there are. And I was thinking, like, okay, what, there's only 1 or 2. But then, yeah, when we look in the background, holy crap. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I like this because it kind of feels desolate in a sense, right? Like, there's no clouds in the sky, which can be perceived as like a good thing. But then the atmosphere just seems so foggy or muggy. Yet it's done because like we're only seeing like construction. And we see that there's these 2 towers practically serving no purpose. There's this rubble. And in the back we just see more building and more construction, as if what is already here isn't bad. It says, Jew says, I kind of like the washed out blue, feels so dystopian and polluted. Yeah, exactly. It looks so polluted, and dystopian is a good word of putting it. Because it's like, instead of fixing the problems, they are just covering them up. Or like, instead of fixing what's wrong, let's just build more. Construction in full swing. And everything seems so isolated and separate. Like, this cityscape is separated from these blocks over here, which is separated from these blocks over here, which is also separated from this little area with this little house. And I like that the only thing of like nature we can see is these like bare naked branches, which are either sprouting out of the ground or have been plucked and removed. Well, actually, there's some trees over here too, but again, there's no leaves on them, so I suppose this might have been taken in winter. But it's just like, where's the green, you know? And then it just fades into the atmosphere like an infinite plane. Yeah, that's what I'm imagining, right? Like, I'm imagining it's like the outside world in Brazil. Let me see if I can pull that out. Not Brazil the country, but Brazil the movie. I actually found exactly what I was looking for right here. Like, this is all I imagine, right? There's just no green. It's just a plane of pollution. And I don't know if like that's exactly what Hello Man was going for. I don't know if this is some sort of like commentary on the state of South Korea's construction programs. I know South Korea is like a lovely place. It could just be how they framed it, right? And a little monorail system in the back. It just doesn't look pleasant, unfortunately. It's a very cool photo though, right? Like, it's getting us to talk. These poor branches, I know, right? There's something weirdly unsettling about seeing factory ruins, and it reminds to me, I don't know why, but I'm already not the greatest fan of industrial architecture / structures. I see little patches of grass in the background too. Granted, it's dead looking, but it's grass. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. The little like yellow stuff here. You think the music fits? And just like, what's the purpose, right? Like, why are there these 2 towers here? I don't know. Pretty cool. I really want to know the logistics of this photo, like where it is, where it's taken, what's the deal with these towers, what are the buildings in the background? How do you even manage to get here? I'm honestly a massive fan of industrial architecture. Yeah, I mean, I like seeing it when I don't live near it, right? Like, it's cool to see in photos, it's cool to see when I'm traveling, but I'd rather have none of that stuff near me. I'm back. What's up, party people? What's up, teddy bear? Edit a plane in. Why? So it's like the Twin Towers? That's just where my mind went. Well, tourmaverse, since you have strong opinions, why don't we move on to your photos. Ooh. These are interesting. Finally, we got some more edits. I was hoping we'd see some. I know Titus did some editing. This is fun. Wow, the edited versions versus normal versions are actually crazy. Is that everything? Put a star on that, why not? And I couldn't have, let me pull it up and then we'll put the timestamp. All right. Thank you, Hello Man, for your submission. And tourmaverse, all right. All right, tourmaverse, let's see what you got for us today. 210, 50. Let me go ahead and read your things. I cannot help but make everything pink again. These might be a bit too bright to some people. I don't mind. Well, if you have such strong opinions, why don't we move on to your photo? Such a teacher move. Honestly, I was just doing it for the flow, but maybe I am channeling my inner substitute. Who knows? All right, class. Let's go ahead and move on to our next thing if we could all pay attention. So, pink. Pink is the way the way of the world. Pink is what we're looking at here. Pink is tourmaverse's aesthetic. No? I legitimately just like the industrial architecture. I wouldn't mind living near it at all. Maybe I'm just weird. VP Void Mall in real life / half joking. They're like a little bunny. Oh, well, look at that. We got a little chromatic aberration going on. We can see the literal separation of the cyan, the pink, and the yellow. I guess it's magenta, right? That's cool. And then here we have like red, green, and blue. This is how it looks in the Torma dimension. Some gravel too. Yeah. This is cool. I just like looking at the fact that it's like a... It feels warped. This has to have been taken at like a 0.5 lens, right? Because look at the ceiling up here. And then it like almost like warps down here too. I wonder if the original image looks like that too. That's just some editing stuff going on. This is fun. I like this photo. It's just fun to look at. I like looking at the different colors. You know, like everything obviously is like in a pink wash. So instead of this being white, it's obviously like more of like a rose. But we know it to be white because it's like a white checkerboard floor. But we have white. We have like lavender. We have a little gray, which becomes more of a mint almost. Hot pink, like a deep maroon, a salmon almost, and how that kind of continues on the floor. Funny enough, I just sat in a chair while taking this picture. The pink and the small amounts of greens is so good, and the chromatic aberration gives such a good vibe. Agreed. I wonder if the original photo, which we'll take a look at, also has that. So, fun stuff with the editing here, Torma. And I like that there's like nobody in the mall, assuming it's a mall, because that really makes it add to a liminality aspect, I suppose. I was waiting for a friend and saw a perfect photo opportunity. Nice. We even got some stuff here, right? Something beautiful coming soon. Just a lot of like fun stuff going on. A little advertisement, our spot for your content. Mall of something. I don't want to look too deep into it as to dox the location, but I think I can figure out what that says. all things considered. Feels like an actual place, but in an alternate reality where there's slightly more toxic / happiness / positivity. You see, it's interesting that you say that because I also kind of read it as like an alternate dimension, just like our world, but then slightly shifted. But you know, there's actually a game that's about like fake positivity. It's like, I think it's called like We Happy Few or something like that. It's about this like society who all take these like literal happy pills, and if you don't take the happy pills, you're like considered like a criminal. I don't know. There's something like that I thought of. The mall is really full, but only the lower floor is funny enough. That's actually really interesting. Yeah, I noticed that it says we're on the 2nd floor, and then there's obviously an escalator, which will tell you that there is more to be seen down here. Let's go ahead and continue on to our second one, which again is this awesome looking pink dimension, which looks sick. It reminds me of, again, classic liminal space photos. But I love the framing and composition that we have here, where we're kind of led on this winding path that takes you up and through this way to straight on where we have this little pillar here, which even actually appears to have some graffiti on it. And it looks to be dented as well, to what appears to be an open wide area. And I think the pillar really adds a lot, because I feel like if it was just an open room, it wouldn't be as interesting to look at. So it's a nice touch that you happen to frame it there, where we already have this kind of like zhuzh of S, I suppose, like a backwards S or something, kind of just like a swirly, right? Like, woo. Shookbot, please give us your unbridled, pure, raw thoughts and feelings of these pink dimensions, of these pink photos from Tourmaverse. A bat! Credit card! You're probably referencing the fact that this all takes place in a mall. Yeah, I get that, buddy, don't worry. Who was making this super all-terranean hallway and was just like, make it look like a pink marshmallow peep? Well, remember that this is actually just an edited photo, but that would be sick if it did actually look like this. I'm all for bright colors in infrastructure, right? Because I imagine it doesn't, I mean, we know it doesn't actually look like this, but if it did, I think the world would be just a little bit more cheery. This was actually a subway. It's actually attached to an older picture I already sent in during a previous hangout. OMG, why does it look like the backroom subway station in Hanover that I've shown a few times, just in pink instead of the green? I do remember the one you're talking about, the one that genuinely looks like the backrooms. They have the little like oval-shaped light bubble thingies that are like blue or cyan. So we're going to continue through here, and I'm going to go ahead and display the unedited, or rather raw, photos that Tourmaverse submitted, and you'll actually see quite the difference that these simple pink filters add, which really makes me want to go through my photo collection, whether it be like photos I've taken on my phone or like on my camera, and just add like color filters to them. Like, Torma, if you would please share with us how you happen to do this. I don't know if you literally just added a pink layer and then did multiply effect, or if you specifically colored in certain elements to be pink, or just please share with us like what you did to do this, because I kind of want to try emulating it. If you wouldn't mind, it's totally up to you. But here we are with our first image, which looks so plain, right? Like, I like this way more than I like this. But it is interesting to see, because it's quite the difference thematically. A handsome Russian wolf was in a pink shirt. Pink is like my signature color, so I gotta use it, of course. And then I'll go ahead and continue to the next one, which, I mean, it's still bright and colorful, but it's not nearly as fun as pink, right? This looks more like CP Orange from Team Fortress. Like, this looks more like a construction zone than whatever wonderland we are here. But yeah, that's fun. I wonder what, oh, you know what? I know this isn't an editing stream, but when color is involved, I get excited. Ooh, orange. Yeah, I mean, I like orange too. It's better than like beige. I like beige, but I don't know. Why don't we have fun stuff in our public infrastructure? They forgot to replace the dev texture. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oops, I dragged the wrong one in. Just want to really quickly, like, what would it look like if it was like purple? You know? See, look at this. This was the subway. Okay. See, that's kind of fun, right? I like that. Let's try I want to see green, and I want to see blue, and I want to see red. I don't know why I'm just like, I want to see all the colors. Blue? That looks pretty sick, right? I like that. Okay, little turquoise cyan. I like that a lot too. I don't know. Can we get there's back to orange. So is it really just like a hue shift? Because that's like almost what the original photo was. And there's yellow. There's green. It's more of like a lime green though before it transitions back to the cyan. And then if we wanted red, I guess that's kind of red. I guess I would just turn the saturation up. That looks kind of like what I would imagine if I hadn't seen the original photo. I'd probably imagine it to be that red color. Although as we know, it is this pink or this orange. And that's funny because they are kind of like almost opposites there. Cool. That was fun to do. I'm glad we got to do that. Let's see what y'all are saying. It makes it look like a pool. I just use Medibang paint. Spread with the color values and added a chromatic filter, and then I slapped a layer of pure pink on top. That was an overlay. Ah, yes, an overlay. All right, Anxiety, we'll go ahead and take a look at yours, why don't we? Photo comp zip. Cool, we got 4 photos here. I gotta extract these. It's like in a little file. Watch it be a zip bomb that bricks my computer. That'd be awesome. Oh my goodness. I expected nothing less from Anxiety. Anxiety. Thank you so much for your submission, my friend. We have 4 photos that we're going to run through. And already I am eagerly anticipating to see what else we have, because this is a fine job. Your note says, didn't have a lot of time to go out and find interesting shots. So most of these are from a bit before the comp actually happened. 2 of which are from an IKEA trip. The others are interesting shots of the parking lot where I work. Awesome, awesome. Good to have the lore, good to have the background information. Don't give the kids bad ideas. It looks like the bathroom in The Shining. I thought that too. I don't know, I thought The Shining is really cool though. I cannot believe you live in such snowy weather conditions. But this is giving like video game opener of sorts. Like you just are getting off work or something, and then you are in the town and there's nobody around, or maybe it's like zombies or something. But what's cool is that I can make out like a tree, and then this looks like it's like a snow tractor or something. Oh no. Also the fact that it's completely vacant and empty. There's no cars except all the way in the back. What looks to be like a little cart return thing. And there's obviously no carts. It's cool how the music fits almost on every photo today. Yeah, it's actually been fairly cool. Sorry. I was just clearing my throat. New Hampshire? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. New Hampshire. I did not realize you lived in such a based state. Anxiety, New England, amazing. Yeah, New England would be perfect if the weather wasn't complete dookie. Maine, oh my goodness. Massachusetts, it has my heart. The weather though, can't do it. Can't do the cold. Also, menacing hiding cart. I do not know where. Oh, I did. Oh, that's freaking sick. I was wondering why there was red. For a quick photo, this is so good, right? This is so good. I love the fog. I love how foggy it is, and the light behind the pole actually adds so much. Oh wow! Look at that. Quite the difference. And look, the light pollution makes it so there's no stars in the sky, but then there's this like one bright area up here, and we can see there's like a cell tower or something like that, or a telephone tower, or you know, whatever. This is cool though. This feels very, very dramatic, and I love the resolution. I love that it is like lengthfully long. How this takes up most of the image's real estate. There's a power outage for this one, so the spotlights were off. That's what it is. I'm like, why is it so dark? And I like that the only like lights that you can see are the tail lights from the cars. Like this is obviously some type of Dodge, I imagine. And whatever else is over here. Yeah, that's sick. Kind of again fits with the post-apocalyptic vibe that we were mentioning earlier. Very cool, very cool. Peekaboo, I see you. This reminds me of me and my father's adventures. I feel like one thing that I feel with this image compared to this one is I feel like this image is satisfying enough for me. It's pretty, there's a narrative, and even though it's like displaying an empty parking lot, there's enough intrigue where I'll look into it, you know, and you find these like fun elements like whatever this is. I didn't even really talk about that, but that's something that was like the first thing that caught my attention was like, is this some type of street art graffiti of sorts? Or the fact that there's the cart hiding behind it. Whereas this one, I feel like I want like it's so unique in the fact that it's like you captured a power outage thing, you know, kind of like the one we were talking about with the snow and the train, where it's like a once in a whenever opportunity to take a photo, where it's just like, man, I want more. I want to know what else is around. I want to know like, what does this connect to? Is this a gas station over here? Like, you know what I'm trying to convey. So very well done if in that aspect. And I have to say that so far you've had probably the most interesting photos resolution wise, because I mean this just in like how it feels like it takes up a lot of like digital real estate, right? And same with this one, but in a vertical sense. Like if I were to rotate it, it again is going to take up the entire screen. But this just feels like it's from a video game or something. Like this just feels so unnatural and unreal. I suppose you said it's like from IKEA, and you can see that it's like we have the displayed walls up here with the warehouse ceiling. We can see like the little insulated fluff and whatnot. It's just my fragrance and memory. We used to drive in the nighttime, and it actually looks like in this photo. That's cool. I'm glad that you were able to resonate some memories from what was displayed. It's always good when you can have like a sense of feeling, right? So obviously it's like a display shower. We can see that from the tags, but it just feels so like, it feels like this would be a section in a video game. The first one would legit something I'd see in a photo art gallery, right? Yeah, that's how I felt too. Use less energy, and then it's multiple bulbs. I like that there's just the teddy bear. I think if, and this is just a nitpick pet peeve because I have my preferences for photos and how we do our photos, you know, the fact that this is like I would just even a little more. This is just me, and if you don't agree, that's fine. But like, yucky people. Yeah, this is funny. I like this.
3, 4.
The third one as well, maybe.
6,
There.
7,
Oh my gosh, is that you? Is that you, funny man?
9, 10,
We even have this song that's kind of silly that's playing with this.
13, 15, 14, 16, 17, 18.
Someone's mom said no.
20,
Yeah, goofy song for the goofy photo. Exactly.
25, 24, 41.
But I like this because it feels like it has like a disconnected human touch. Like, obviously you didn't hold on to the bear to then like be like, I'm gonna set this up in a position that works. Like, obviously someone like left that there. And I think that the people actually do kind of add to that in a sense, so kind of ignore what I said, right? Because then it's like, okay, yeah, this was taken naturally, this wasn't like set up artificially. But yeah, I don't know. Here, I just changed something else. This one is too good, the bear is using less energy. Junkel Skog.
21.
The bear after he saw the price. True.
44, 48.
Use less energy? Alright. That teddy bear, probably. This is the most IKEA photo, though.
13, 21, 39,
I don't know. I'm just vibing with the music and the bear.
48,
Cool. That was fun.
25,
It was a fun little
41.
whatever you call it. I'm trying to think. You know, like break. It kind of felt like a break, like looking at those photos. Like, I feel like everything else, these past two, right? I feel like it's like, well, no, just like all of yours anxiety, right? Like, I feel like I had to like lock in for the other ones and be like, okay, like let me do this and do that. But with these, they just have such like a natural charm to them, where I'm just like, yeah, I can just appreciate these for what they are. So that's nice. Jew, I see you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 submissions. And within those submissions, there's probably multiple photos. So allow me to start opening that up, and we'll go ahead and take a look. And then we'll go ahead and read the messages to go along with it. But my friends, we are still a ways out. We have to get through Coops' photos, we have to get through MustyYew's photos, we have to get through Kurran's, Oaktree, Spectrabyte, Dr. Darkly, and of course, we have to go through Jew's. So, I hope you are ready to continue to hang out, because that's what we're doing. And maybe some more friends will join us along the way. Okay, so this one has 3. That's a cool one. I like that one. Okay, I did that. That's the same one, no? Okay, so then it's this one. And that. And then that. Ooh, I like that. They kind of all flow together. And last but not least, this one. And that. All right, what do we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is a good number. Oops. I hope that wasn't loud. I bet that was super loud. Oh, shoot, I downloaded the wrong one. Okay, well, it's gonna be a little out of order, I guess. Actually, let me just rename this. Okay, cool. I hear the Spamtopia. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm noticing an interesting pattern here so far. I hope you all are enjoying my commentary while absolutely nothing happens. It's just like real life, nothing ever happens. Man, that one is freaky. And then I'll go ahead and read out these images. Or these notes. So that was... I got four more folks. Stay with me. That's photo 10. 11. Is there 13? I got 13. Lucky number 13. That's cool. Everything seems to have such unique elements to them. All right. Boom. Jew, you are 023636. Thank you for your multiple submissions. Please allow me to read off your notes here. Alright, this music is freaking me out. Okay. Taken 2018, the day after a concert in Amsterdam, the sun really helped against the post-concert depression. 2 of these were taken on an island in the North German Sea. 2 were taken at home. Abandoned hotel, New Year's morning 2025. I told you I have way too many photos to choose from. Skull emoji, and low-key proud of these. Well, let's hope after this, the low-key becomes a high-key. So our first photo, this was the one that was taken at a post-concert. Dude, please do a whole stream with the calm music and calm voice. Just in case my photos are in the Discord comment, maybe Shookbot is choosing the music. Yep. Did I ask Shookbot what they thought of Anxiety's photos? I'm sure G won't mind if we quickly go back, right? Shookbot, what do you think of this bear slacking off on the job? Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough rupees. And that's pretty fitting. He's talking about the lamp oil, right? Look at that. He's actually paying attention for once. Teddy Bear says, the cracked glass is so good. Basically my first attempt at vocal percussion. Oh, interesting. Vocal percussion. I've not heard of that before. Cool. Cool. This image is giving me emotion. I'm just like feeling raw emotion from this image. Because I'm noticing this very pleasant and calm window area into this person's home where they have these nice little greens, right? And I can imagine like a little cat chilling in the window. But then there's just this huge mess of broken, cracked glass in the front here, and it makes me think, is this unkept? Is this actually abandoned? Is it abandoned super recently because the plants look so alive, but yet this seems so dead? So, rather interesting. Me starting beatboxing. Shookbot is teaching the bear the ropes of shopkeeping. Ah, okay. Little apprentice, if you will. So that's fun. I don't even have a lot to say, I just thought it looked cool. That's what I'm reading from this. It just, like I said, it presents to me this narrative of like, was this like an old lady's home, and then the old lady like one day fell and hit the glass, and then that was the last of that, and now it just sits here abandoned and alone? Possibly. That's not for us to know. Ooh. What a switch up. Now we go from something that is purely in a human-made environment, with the only elements of nature being the ones that are fabricated through materialism, being a pot plant, which means it was bought at the store, to now being in an environment that is 100% purely in nature. Lol, you mentioned a kitty. Please look at the post right after it. This photo on Discord. Wait, which I didn't officially submit. Let me see what you are referring to, because I was going through the Discord when I was downloading these. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, little kitty paws. I think you should have submitted that. Let me pull this up really quickly. I'm just gonna display this for fun. Nice call out there. Little toe beans. Yummy. Anyways, I have to ask if this was edited in any way, because I'm not sure if it's just due to the greens and the effect that that has with like my brain, but the sky legit looks purple, no? I have to admire the ambition of this photo, because this little grass blade literally reaches up and out of the frame, meaning you probably had to like squat down to take this photo. But at the same time, I'm imagining like it's a super pulled out photo, right? Like this is just a stick. But can you imagine if instead this was like a whole log or like a whole tree, and you can imagine like a little like adventure or something who's like going under, and then they're like climbing through like a jungle or like through a path, like and then there's just like this over here, which looks like it could also be like a huge tree, which in reality is just like what, like another bushel or weed of sorts. So this is a really cool photo, because it kind of invites this, and I say this a lot, but it invites this like playful energy, right? Where do you fit yourself in the photo? Do you see it as like a grand adventure, or do you see it as just like, okay, this is just somebody squatting down, taking a photo close to the ground in nature, where they're just gonna like walk through, this is just like a very small snippet of a path. Oh, that's cool. So this, we see a lot less color presented compared to the last. Still, okay, so this one actually is a blend of both the man-made feel, I suppose, and then the within nature. So this is something that's actually physically ingrained into nature. It being unedited is so cool. You have a great eye when it comes to photography. Very true. I like that, like, 2/3 of the photo are just this whitewash of a cloudy sky, but it's still so sunny. There's visibly zero shadows cast anywhere. Path to heaven, yeah, that's something interesting. I like that it turns and goes off to the side here rather than just being straight down. I wonder what that would look like, though, personally. I don't know how you'd achieve that. Hiccup beat me to it. Path to heaven, yeah, it's the white clouds, right? That kind of represents purity in a sense, similar to like snow, right? And I do like that this part is actually the highest point in the photo. Up here. So it's like it goes down and then into, and then this goes up and around. So very nice. Let's go ahead and continue on, because Got a lot to go through here. I do want to appreciate every single one for what they are, though. Hashtag not to glaze, but I'm glazing. I love how you can't see anything over the side of the bridge. It makes it feel so surreal. Yeah, you don't know how high this could be. To me, I see it as like a dock on a beach, but it could also be a pathway on a super tall, high mountain. It looks like a transition scene in a point-and-click game, like Myst. True. So this one's really cool because we have an element which feels interactive, being the broken glass. Again, I don't know what it is with broken glass that just I associate some sort of like memory of, I don't want to say like pain, but like discomfort, right? It's actually interesting. In Disney, they have like a lot of rules of what they can and can't do, or can and cannot show. And one of the things that they're not allowed to do is show or have the action of breaking glass or broken glass. And with this, what speaks to me is, here we see my hopes and dreams shattered into pieces, right? Here we see, well, it's a still image, right? It's not something that's, it's not like the glass is being broken and then the image is being captured, right? Like, this is something that already happened. It's a past action. And the shapes of the rock create an interesting dichotomy with the shapes of the pieces and how each one, these are all like, they're man-made cut in this formation, right? They're made as these little rock pieces intentionally, whereas these, it's like a natural breaking of elements, right? But then as well is, it gives me like this anxiety, no pun intended for anxiety, that some of these glass pieces are going to go down the drain and potentially, excuse me, I was going to say potentially disrupt the wildlife, whether it be like rats or whatever might be living in the sewers, and that's just no fun. But another interesting thing is the fact that we see reflections within the glass of what might have been where the window used to be before it was destroyed, because we can see that obviously it's like popped out here. And we see this like little yellow thing, yellow building. So it looks like it might be taken after sunset, especially with the pinkish hues we see within this. So very cool. A lot you can get out of these photos, more than meets the eye. Speaking of which, when I took this, I really liked the reflection of the sunlit yellow building in the glass compared to the dark stone. Oh yeah, that's another thing, is I didn't even talk about the colors. Shookbot, have any thoughts about our photos so far? Why don't you start us off with what you think about this image?
Hey, yo, chill the fuck out, yo. You sitting there playing with a...
Alright. As I was saying, I feel like with these images, there's a lot more that meets the eye. I haven't really been talking about the colors apart from like the washes of the sky. But with this one, we have an interesting contrast between the red and the deep greens, which is light enough on the water that we actually see reflections of treetops. And interestingly enough, we actually see visible color within the water, where we see the blues and the browns. This reminds me of like that Pokemon, what's it called, like Scyther or whatever. I don't know, it's giving me creature vibes. But there's also spider webs in the actual plant itself. There is life within life. Beautiful, no? Ooh. Wow, okay, we're back. We're back into a more formal image, so less of the abstract feeling of like shapes and figures, and now we're back into like an image of just, this is what this is. The branches look like they're alive. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling, right? It feels so... Again, it's this unmechanized feeling of like, I am just what I am. This is just how these things exist, right? They have no sense of which way they became this way, but yet they are. It's very interesting. Nature is beautiful. Anyways, back to this, right? Why are there benches in the pool? I assume it's a pool. It is a pool. Look, there's little diving boards. Who put the benches in there? Lightning branches. No, don't you know, Hiccup? It's hockey lightning. in contrast to the tree trunks being straight and stoic and still. True that. And the water itself actually being still. Some folklore have spirits who disguise themselves as plants, don't they? That's the vibe I'm getting here. It is very whimsical, yes. But this is a cool photo. Look, USSR symbols. Wait, do we see those? Oh, exactly. Conquerors hockey. Yep. The branches look like Super Collider cover. Oh, I see it right here. Also an alien. I didn't notice that. Hiccup. Good call out. 2018. Empty pools have such an energy to them, they really do. And this is just really cool. This is just like a cool photo. It kind of speaks for itself, which is why I haven't really said much. Because like I said, it's one of those images where compared to what Jew had previously sent, which felt very abstract, this more exists as just like a this is the thing that I'm showing. Like I'm showing this off. This is a cool place I went to. And yeah, it is a cool place, much indeed. Sadly, this was all boarded up and I could not get inside. Yeah, I do remember you mentioning that fact. And the sky is obviously another element that's fascinating. There's 0 clouds and it has almost all 3 primary colors. In fact, I'd almost say that it does, where we have the red, the yellow, and the blue, so that's interesting. And the tower in the background is another interesting element that adds to it, so all in all, right? Like, just a cool photo. And again, it's time-stamped due to weather. There's snow on the ground. There's barely any leaves on most of the trees and the plants and the bushes that we can see here. So just very cool. Let's continue on. Whoa. Okay, so these are like the complete opposite photography-wise, whereas this one is the far-away, zoomed-out thing that shows one large structure upon other structures in the back. Ooh, I'm really curious about this. See, this photo is generating intrigue for me. This too, but yeah, once again, there's that broken glass. What was I saying? Yeah. Compared to the last one, right, which was zoomed out, this is zoomed in super close and only showing, well, it shows a lot, but it's only focusing on one subject, being these little frozen mushrooms, and I feel so bad for the little guys. I just want to put a little blanket around them and warm them up. Shrooms. It's cool. I could take you there sometime, maybe. Ha ha ha. That'd be pretty sick. That'd be pretty sick. And is this an acorn? Or I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's natural or. Notice how some of the grass doesn't have frost and snow and some of it does. How there's pebbles and tiny stones. Fungus. Which is pretty sick. Give them little hats? Exactly. Okay, this is the one that stood out to me the most when I was downloading the photos, and I'm really glad you included this. Because it really freaks me out. It looks like they're trying their best. Yeah, it does. They are. They're doing their best. I don't know if it's because it's like something human-made that has like become reclaimed. Not necessarily reclaimed by nature, but the fact that it's like the frozen water has like stuck some of it, and like some of it's above, some of it's under. And then, you know, like I associate unpleasant memories with these things because I don't know if y'all have ever been in like a pool where you're swimming with these and you're near them because it's like the partition between the deep end and the regular end or whatever, and you might like touch it and the lifeguards are just waiting for you to touch them. So the second you do, they blow their whistle at you and they're like, don't touch that. And it's like, okay, well, whatever. But random tangent aside, it makes me very uncomfortable on many different levels. And then the photo itself is really interesting. It's just a cool thing to capture, I suppose. Again, it makes it timely, but not necessarily dated. Also, oh my gosh, that's some anxiety opossum stuff right here. Like, this looks like something that I'd imagine them to edit into a liminal edits thing, right? Like the gunk spewing from the tiles. And why does it look like it's like a bottomless pit? There's just a lot of feelings of uncomfortability. It looks like it was alive. It does, right? It looks like a snake skeleton or something. The goop. Wow. That's sick. Look at that shape. It's like a little macaroni. Oh, mold. This one's really cool because the image kind of has this natural frame, right? Like, we are in a... Music is perfect, it really is. We're in this building, which is clearly abandoned. There's no lights. And then we see this frame to the outside, which has this abject shape to it, right? It's not circular, it's not square, it's not even triangular. It's just like what I can really only describe as like a pasta shape or something like that, right? Like archway, I guess. Half crescent. I don't know. It's cool. Snakes probably don't have skeletons. Snakes have skeletons. Have you never seen a snake skeleton before? Oh, why is it huge? That's a snake skeleton. You wouldn't think they would, right? But they do. Reminds me of the frickin' the founding titan. Right? Why is that all I can imagine? Funny looking. Macaroni shaped, pasta shaped window. Gotta hit him with the macaroni window. You got to. I'm to be honest a wimp at biology. Yeah, it is what it is. The only reason I know that is because I love going to museums, and one of the museums I go to has like the skeleton of like literally every animal, even like some that are extinct, and it's like, what the heck? You know, dinosaur bones and stuff like that. Crazy. So, what if Titan Noboa has a skeleton that it means snakes do either? Is that the entire song? Very cool. Music is going insane at the right moments. It really is. Ooh. Okay, this one's really interesting from a... I know I keep repeating myself over and over again, but you know, we've been going for like 3 hours now, but this one is interesting from a narrative perspective because I feel like there's like some story here that I'm not being told. I'm witnessing the events of something that has already occurred. I know this isn't blood, but because I'm seeing dirt and torn up carpets and stains and broken glass, I like this. To me, it just reads as like blood, right? I know it's just red paint, but that's like how I see it. And it's like, was this just some like ritual that was being executed? Is it some mock-up of a crime scene? It's just it's very cool to witness. It gets my creativity juices flowing and makes me want to go out and make like art of the decay. This seems occult. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, I don't know. It makes me want to go out in urbex. It's like calling to me. What do we think about this photo, y'all? Shookbot we went through 1/3 of the photos, and now we've gone through another third of the photos. What do you think of this? What do you think of this occult-like symbology? Maybe the real liminal space was the friends we made along the way. Wow. True words have never been spoken. Oh, that's definitely what I thought when I saw it. Could be some ritualistic thing. True? Ooh, I like that. I like how both of these photos are like, they both focus on the ground. They really worked really well together. The red being so vibrant in comparison to every other color makes for such a good focus for the camera. Yeah, that's a good thing to point out that I forgot to mention, but was like in my head, was how every other color is like dull and dingy, and then the red is just the most vibrant, bright thing within the photo. But this is really cool too. I like that there's the string, because again, it kind of has that shape element like we see in the last one. There's like the circle and the triangle. I gotta like catch my breath. Jeez. This is really cool. Man, is that broken glass? So cool. I mean, I could just, it's kind of like Bill Ackman's I Spy, where I could just zoom in and scan the photo and just see what we see. Like there's some red up here. And there's some vines. Oh man. Some broken barcode. Ooh, looks like this was like a piece of a sliding door or a window. There's some screws. This is like fun. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I am gonna be right back again because it's been basically I'll run through because I don't want to have a BR. I was gonna say I can come back and finish it out because this one's already been going for almost half an hour, but I don't want to put a random pause in this section. So let me finish out these last two. I won't rush them or anything, and then I'll do another pause. I used it in an edit comp earlier this year. Oh, was this the one that you used for the underground? That's crazy. It's crazy if that's the case. Wow, okay, this one is messing with my brain because I'm seeing multiple shapes in places, like a square here, a rectangle here, a rectangle here, one here, and they're all like, it's like the separation is here, and it's making this like weird grid. And then there's this pole over here, which has like a manga panel street art thing, which is kind of giving me more creative juices, like inspiration-wise. Like, I kind of want to print out. I mean, this would be expensive, granted, if you were to do this on a home printer because of the black. But they're literally printed out like their own little like comic or thing, and then just like posted it up as a sticker on the pole. Like, that's awesome. And then all the different textures and grime that we see from this part where there's like scratches on it. There's paint chips. There's a number inscribed up here. Yeah, I don't know what to say, anxiety. That's where we're at. And I like that there's shapes within the shapes within the shapes. There's like a little, I don't know if this is like actually a window or if it's just like it's a mirror. Oh my gosh, it's a reflection. Because look, there's a chip right here. This reminds me of something I'd see in ENA, Enya? I forget what it's called. No, it's tripping me out. I did not even notice the number before, right? Like, there's so much you can find. Ein Gang, is that like one something? It's just crazy. I like this one a lot. This one's a favorite from the ones that we've been presented so far, I have to say. Okay. And last but not least. Okay, this is cool. I like that we see the ground and the sky here and then up here. And once again, I'm seeing more shapes. It is disorienting, right? I don't know. It took some time to get the placement. Oh, entrance. Gotcha. The first thing that I noticed, besides like the parts of the wall that are peeling off with the brick, is the fact that this window is cracked. So that might be like the third or fourth or fifth image that has cracked windows or cracked glass. So see, you have a thing that you're drawn to. Exposed wall flesh. Yeah, that's kind of like I'm looking at this and I'm reading it as like zombie building. The green against the peeled off like thing that looks like a brain or something. Oh, I have a feeling that this might have a bad or cruel backstory. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why I'm thinking like this building has like negative energy radiating from it. Wait, is that cracked glass brick? Oh, you mean like a brick glass? Oh yeah, I see what you mean, from like flushed. What am I trying to say? Frosted? You know what I'm trying to say, right? Like at a diner or something. Very cool, very cool. Okay, I am gonna quickly run to the bathroom. Y'all can listen to Breath 3 for a minute, and you'll just Shookbot, play us off. I'm so lonely. He kind of whispered that one. He said, I am so lonely. Thank you, Shookbot. And I'll be right back. Oh, the sound of deafening silence as nothing is played. Allow me to select another playlist. Cool. Thank you for submitting them. I had a lot of fun. Something behind you. Definitely sounds like that's what's going on. All right. We got Doctor, Spectrabyte, Oaktree, McGee, MustyYew, and Kurran, and then we are done. So maybe this will be a 4-hour stream. My goodness. Oh my. We have quite a lot to go through. From Kurran here. Kurran. Uh-oh. I tried saving it, and I saved it to, like, my Google Photos. Or something like that. And Kieran, you are... Let's call it 3 hours and 10 minutes. Kieran, thank you for submitting your photos. Allow me to quickly read off your note here. Hello, Shookey. So due to how busy I've been these past few weeks, I've been able to do the edit that I told you about. Instead, I've sent you several photos, some of which I've used in the edit. I'm still working on the edit in the hopes that maybe when it's done, I'll send it to you and maybe you'll find some enjoyment, but in the current situation I'm in, I can only send this. Alright, my friend, I hope that everything is well with you, and I hope that you can find your way out of whatever you might have found yourself in. But my goodness, looking at these photos already, I can see that we are in for quite a treat. Oh, and Hiccup, I do notice that I do see your photos here, Hiccup, in case you are still here, because I remember you asked about that. So, I will have to make note of that. I haven't had much water, so I'm kind of... I'm gonna get water after this. I'm gonna have to take another break and get water, because I'm in my head right now. Very in my head. But also I've been going for like 3 hours, so... But this is a beautiful photo. Whose music is this? This is yours, my friend. What's the fave from the one I submitted? Either this one, I was trying to figure that out, but honestly, a lot of them are standouts to me. Either this one, just because of the shapes. These two are really good. This one is really good, and this one's between those four. Get water now, no discussion. Yeah, I might go do that really quickly. Talk amongst yourselves. Kieran, I apologize. I'm just going to quickly run and get water, and then I'll be back. Alright, we are back. Thank you for being patient. I'm just gonna move up Kieran's timer to 3 minutes and 25. Alright, Kieran. Let's take a look at some of these photos. So we have a beautiful mountainscape. Laughs like Woody. I think the thing that I'm first realizing is the fact that the image is broken down into thirds, right? 1/3 is this like grassy area, 1/3 is the mountains, and then the other third is the sky area. It's pretty cool. One thing I do notice, however, and that's the thing you have to watch out for when you're taking photos. Bob Ross ass pic, yeah. Is, I can clearly see that it was taken in a moving vehicle due to the reflections on the windows. Which can be, it's just missing the lake, yeah. Which can be, fixed by placing whatever camera lens you are using completely flush or flat against the surface of which you are taking through. It's pretty, oh yeah. It's gorgeous. I mean, it makes me want to go out and run around in nature and hang out. But, alas, pollen is killer. Ooh. Ooh, that's liminal. Look at that. We got a cloudy, what would be the opposite of a clear sky. Yet somehow there is sun shining, illuminating the back half of the bottom third of the image, which is just crazy. Guys, don't look at the mountain. It has 4 whole pixels. Yep, the 4 pixels of SCP-0096. 096, excuse me, 096. The shy guy, if you will. That's funny. It does remind me of that, actually. Duster cover, I will say it again. The completely flat field, phenomenal. It is very, it's very, I don't know. It feels like extraterrestrial creatures will come down and put markings in the field. Shookbot, I want to know your thoughts about this since it's so otherworldly. I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I am simply here to apologize. What we came across in the OK Buddy Shookey channel was obviously unplanned. Fair enough. Nothing that I've seen on the stream so far, but you seem pretty regretful about it. Lol, that feels like a gloomy but really hot summer day. I feel like I am 9 or 10 years old. Like I've probably been there. It looks like a dream where you went home after spending the whole time trying to get home, but there's something just a little off about home. Aimlessly riding my bike through the fields, no friends present, just a child alone in the fields. Okay, I am absorbing the strong emotions that are resonating off of this image, and I feel that it does kind of give that sense of entrapped freedom is how I would perceive it. Ooh. Kieran has some preferences in lighting and in shaping and in framing. I think all of our images so far have been broken up in thirds, with the sky taking up 1/3 to 2/3 of the photo, and here we are seeing a similar thing. I really gotta pace myself with these streams more because I am running out of steam here. Maybe I need to take like a break and do something else and then come back. Like we play a game or something. And then I can come back and do the rest. Because I'm down to continue streaming. I just don't think I can analyze images anymore right now. But I feel so bad for Kieran because these are beautiful, excellent photos. I'll just get through these and then we'll do something else for a second, and then I'll come back because I can't focus right now, honestly. And I want to appreciate these images for what they are, because I know we have a lot of good ones coming up, and there's ones that I want to get through, and there's people who have been so patient. Like Modified has been here literally from the beginning, and I haven't even looked at his images. So honestly, just take a break either online or offline. Well, I want to put all of them into one stream, right? Like I don't want to break it off. I don't have enough to continue it as like a second part because it would only be like 45 minutes, right? I just want to knock it all out at once, but I just need to. I think if I look at another image, I'm gonna like explode. So. Oh, this looks like to be taken in the same time, in the same place even, right? Oh man, this is like way too familiar for me, because I have so many paths, like walking paths where I live. Although they're not as open, they're a lot more foresty or dense. But the cotton candy sky is just, it's getting to me. Alright, here's what we'll do. Oh my gosh, his photos are so good. This one is very, I feel like it's very narrative feeling, narrative driven. I really like the soft snowy picture. Oh, I guess I didn't even. That's where it shows you where I'm at, that I did not even realize that there's snow in this photo. My goodness. And there's this one. I like the music. Okay. It's healthier to taking a break that you can give images you deserve. Did you eat today, Mr. Shookster? Yeah, I ate. I haven't eaten, obviously, in like over 3 hours since I've been streaming. Better take a break at this rate, bro. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're here. I'm gonna take a break, but we're gonna do something else. And then I'll come back. So I'm still here. I'm just setting stuff up. And then while that's going, I'll just... Oh my gosh, I forgot I have like... Look how many photos I have open. Let me close that really quickly. And then while that's loading, I'll just take 1 second to grab something, and then we'll come back. But don't worry. Excuse me. I'm not ending stream just yet. Just give me 1 second. Yes, thanks. Alright. I got stuff for me to Continue. This is taking its sweet time, I tell you what. Better take a break, or maybe you could make a warm cup of tea. It's not a bad idea. Why do I spend as much money as I do on the internet if it takes its sweet time doing what I need it to? Oh, I think I might have frozen. Nope, it's still going. Shookbot, any thoughts on this predicament?
This piece of media on screen makes me want to kill myself.
What are you referring to? There's literally nothing on screen. He's crazy. Sometimes I just feel like he yaps for the sake of it. And it's like, you don't always have to be... Discord image, question mark? Discord image? Okay, there we go. It's getting ready. Chamomile. I love chamomile. How long have I been muted? We're taking a quick break. Parakeet's Pill Chill Pack. The only tea that I really drank is Earl Grey, unfortunately, but I love Earl Grey. Luffy! I think I've... Why do I have this head? I do not remember buying that. A few secs, okay. Oh! That actually scared me. You can check out the One Piece game I'm playing in Grand Line Online. Grand Piece Online. I will do that at some point, but right now I just need to no-think. And there's nothing no-thinker than a Roblox obby. There's actually people in this game too. I wonder if VOD watchers are gonna just be so confused as to why randomly there's just a Roblox segment. Oh, wait. Which slide do we go down? Pink, purple, or blue? What are we thinking? Pink, purple, or blue? Liminal slides. Alright, purple. Purple it is. It worked a second ago. Come on now. Now it doesn't want to work. Lame. Lame.
I can't give credit.
What the heck?
Fincher.
Why?
Come back when you're
Why
older.
now?
Fincher. Can't give credit. Fincher.
It's just...
Come back when you're
Jew
older.
really wants the game
Fincher.
content, huh? Oh my goodness. Well, thank you. You just want... I'm getting there. I'm eating off mic. And, taking it easy. Taking a little brain break, as the kids say. Kind of interesting. TV Pixel literally said one message and then left. But that's how we do it. Thank you. I know this is peak content, so there's these really funny videos where it's like MLP characters. Like it'll be Fluttershy, and it'll be like, today I'm playing yellow obby, but I can't touch the color yellow. This doesn't count because I had to touch it. This doesn't count because I was dealing with Twilight Sparkle. This doesn't count. It's just like, why? TV Pixel, they made a face, and then that was ha! Gay! A way up to the Rainbow Factory. I like how every like 3 stages it's like spend your money, buy the unicorn. Shookbot, how do you think I'm doing so far?
You fell for it.
Fell for what? My favorite part is that I'm still playing the tightest ominous music. We are almost done. Halfway through. When they said easy obby, I really did not think it would be this easy. Have I died once except for the path thing where you really had like, it's just like basically like a luck bait. Oh, here we go. I'm probably gonna die here because I don't think, what's the point of these ones? You know what I would like to do? And I could do like a video on this, is one of those things where it's like like then, you know how I'm doing the no death Elden Ring? It'd be like a no death obby, where if I die I have to restart. What is this person doing? They got to the end and realized, oh, maybe if I jump it'll be better. Oh, they fell! Oh, they fell too! They both fell in the same spot. No! No! That's embarrassing. Are you kidding me? I got distracted. I keep looking over at the other people. I was literally looking at them like, how are they stuck? That they like... And then you reap what you sow. Wait, those are new players, aren't they? Wasn't that the beginning of the game? It was. Let's watch. Oh, man. No. Oh god. I'm like coughing and laughing at the same time. Oh. Instant karma. Why is there no like funky royalty-free 2010 YouTuber intro music playing in this? Moral of story, don't focus on others' progress but on your own. Yeah, I was reading chat. Did I beat it? Was that it? It said 55 stages. This is only 45. What a scam. Oh, okay. What a stupid stage. Other people. Welcome to a new kind of tension all across the alien nation. Man, these final stages are like long. They just wanted to artificially elongate the obby. You bet I can catch up to that person? Probably not. Some of these obstacles are just like walking in a straight line. Huh, I guess there's more than 55 stages. It said there's only 55, but... How am I doing so far, Shookbot? Pretty well, right? Oh, I'm liminaling it. Oh, I'm liminaling my spaces. This is why we don't let Shookbot go off of topic on stream. I leave him alone for 5 minutes and look what happens. This is nothing compared to Elden Ring boss fight. Exactly. Exactly. Let's do purple. Extra stages. Okay, so there is extra. But they gave me the path. Like I can cheat. I could totally mess with other people. Okay, I'll do some tomfoolery. I'm not gonna be that guy. Actually, fuck. I've come to save you. Fuck. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Do these paths not disappear? Is this game just broken? Oh, shoot. They can't go on my paths. Alright. Magellan with the Doku. The poison fruit. Oh yeah, I get it, because the purple. It's funny. Hilarious. Magellan's a beast. Top 10 best villains. It's not even really a villain, he's just doing his job. What's crazier is that the fact that I wasn't even like messing with them is that they just couldn't do it. I know this person obviously like inserted free models and maybe at the most changed colors, but the least they could have done is put actual challenging stages for the extra ones. But hey, I'm not a Roblox dev. Maybe if you asked me 20 years ago. 20? What? I was not doing this when I was 3 years old. Yeah, he's not hurting innocent. Exactly. He's only messing with prisoners. Wasn't messing with them, they just sucked. Hey, I caught up to them. Alright, Crystal Tona Bisita. It's you and me. Nah, she died too. Yeah, I see it. This is a challenge. I asked for a challenge and ask and you shall receive. Ask Shookbot? What am I asking Shookbot? Bully McGuire? I had to beat an old lady with a stick to get this. See, this is the challenge, right? The high road taken or the easy road taken? Shookbot, which path do you think we should go on? Limspec? I think it's a Limspec. Limspec. But I don't know about Limspecs. I don't know nothing about that. Fair enough. This is some brain nourishment. I feel better already. See, I told you all I needed was just a little break. He literally copied and pasted the same thing. You completed the extra stages. Congratulations. Like and favorite for more stages. How about I don't? Oh. Why would I do that? Alright, now we're gonna go backwards. Oh! Can I get to the beginning? Where is it? It's that thing. We're gonna try to jump to the end. Men in Black. Okay, let's go. Oh. I'm gonna try it one more time. Oh! Okay, here we go. Shookbot, do you eat gravel?
Is this real? Is anything real?
Good question, my friend. Oh, what if I put the... No, I'm not gonna buy the speed coil for 99 Robux. Shookey hot tub... Oh god. If I laugh, I start coughing. Shookey hot tub stream. Yeah, it's coming. But just you wait. Give me 6 months. Actually, just put me in a hot tub and that's enough for me. Oh, no! Okay, this is stupid. Minecraft Dropper game mode flashbacks. That is such a classic. Watch out! Watch out! Okay. No way. And jump. Okay, this is stupid. Let's let me finish my last little thing here, and then we will continue on. Because I only have like 5-ish more people. Yeah, I just was neglecting the fact that humans need to eat food every certain amount of time. Scariest game on Roblox. Okay. Scariest game on Roblox, and then it's the super bright colors. Where do I even go? What's the game? This is just an Area 51 clone. Are you real? What am I... Where do you play? Nuke all? How is this scary? I want a badge for that. I want another badge. I won a 3rd badge. You can't see it because Shookbot is blocking it. Shookbot, is literally any of this scary to you?
I care because you do.
I know, buddy. Drooling zombie. You have to go? Oh, man. Oh, no, no, no. Copyrighted music. What? 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 Okay. What's happening? Oh, I closed
Don't forget
it.
to like the game for free admin tomorrow.
Why is it still playing? All right. Let's get back into it. I totally forgot to put the timestamps for that entire segment, but it's fine. I think I will have nightmares of this. Bye, Modified. Bye, Funny Man. I'll have your photo reviews up and Adam. Wow, these photos are crazy. Wow. I feel like he submitted more. Ah. Ah, okay. I missed 2. We've got like 10 photos to get through. But they all look really sick, so... And all right, we're back in it. Took a little break. We'll call it 350-35 Coop McGee. Alright, Ghoul McGee. We have 10 photos of yours to go through. And my goodness, are we already looking at something so beautiful? That's rad. Copyrighted music? Now that's scary. It is. Wow. Look at these trees. They don't look real. That's freaky. And then there's some like... Man. Is this an artificial scenario? Like, I don't understand. Because what is this light over here? Is this what's generating the blue light? Or did they just like... Oh, wow. And there's a little trap here or something. This is making me ask so many questions. The blue filter looks so good. Yeah, this does look sick. This is a really, really strong first start. And you know what's weird is that it's not even a square resolution. As you can see at the bottom, it's 3139 by 2862. Why do I suddenly have the urge to run in the forest and just never come back? It's got negative aura. It's got spirits that are actually calling to you. They're trying to summon you so they can take your soul and you'll never come back. Oh wow. Wow, I love, like, it looks like wheat or something, but it's just wild grass. What's the flashing shard thing at the bottom right? That's exactly what I was wondering too. This is super confusing to me. It really adds so much intrigue into this image overall. It's a really, really cool photo. This one is really awesome too. This one reminds me of the ones that we've seen before, but it has different elements. The music always fits the situation, like always. Yup. I was actually just thinking the same thing. We got a transformer all by itself, all the way in the back there. And it just makes me think, like, it seems like it's so isolated from society. It just makes me wonder, like, what is this connected to? Is it connected to a small town, or is it like powering like a larger city? Is it just focused for one thing? I think I see what it almost looks like a house in the background, but then again, it's like it could just be part of the transformer station. It's just really sick. Cut the connection. Oh, that's a throwback. Because the light poles and the wires, I kind of know what you're talking about. That was kind of in like a backlot area. I just love the colors too. Keep watching on my phone because I haven't had proper dinner yet. Oh yeah, you gotta go do that. I didn't realize you weren't on your phone. A little birdhouse too, see? This is a cool image. Holy crap. I did not know Coops was like a photographer. They've done like cool edits, and obviously you have to have some type of like compositional skills to do interesting edits, but this is nuts. I feel like one of those things that this just like speaks for itself, no? The frost is beautiful. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of fractals. Like, it looks like natural Mandelbrot fractal patterns. And that just, like, I get overexcited when I see stuff like that. Honestly, these are something oddly peaceful about these pics so far. Jack of all trades artistically. I'm blown away. This was a really good set of images to come back into. They're all so unique so far. How many have I seen? I've only seen like 3. And each one has presented its own unique style and charm. It's honestly quite incredible. interesting. We got another woodsy look. This one is like in a forest. You know how I feel about photos that are black and white. And yeah, I think I'm gonna really quickly, just because. That's all I'm asking, man, is just play with it a little bit. Mess around if you're gonna throw a filter on. Yak Frost. What's up, Bill? How you doing? Bill, if you want to go back where I look at your images, you are marked at 1 hour, 6 minutes, and 10 seconds. In case you want to go watch what I said about your stuff, because we have already gone over yours, my friend. This is crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and move on, because I feel like we have seen quite the variety of EQ. Hello, welcome. We're getting some more viewers popping in. I feel like we've seen quite the variety of forest photos. Holy moly! Holy moly cannoli free holy. I forgot what name I put under mine, but I kind of felt boring, and I really wanted to take another photo, but I never got around to it. Was yours possibly Oaktree? Or Dadus? Oops, I just opened up Steam. Cheers, I'll stay in the present. I like that. Shookbot. I gotta know what you think of this photo, because this is just... It's just... right place at the right time. I don't know. I mean, it's freaking sick.
Hey, yo, is that a motherfucking liminal space?
No, it's not a liminal space, my friend. I at least don't think it would be considered one, but I really appreciate your genuine curiosity and intrigue into the subject. It was a photo of the sky outside my window with the pine trees. I don't know. I don't think we've seen that yet. Definitely not that one. This isn't MustyYew, is it? I don't know. Pine trees. Did not see any pine trees so far. Wiri? Oh, Wiri, right? Yeah, we went over yours first. Yeah. That was outside your window? That's crazy. You live really close to nature. This is a really cool photo. I mean, I love seeing the barbed wire up and sharp and close like that, and the fact that you can see the American flag in the background and then it's kind of like crossed over it. It's funny because Moon says political, but we only imagine it to be political because of like background information, right? Because if you had seen this photo in like, I don't know, 2008 or something, you probably wouldn't think the things that you might have going through your head, I suppose. I'm trying to stay very diplomatic about this because obviously there's a lot I can say, and you all know that I would say a lot, but I feel like just for Coop's sake and for where we're kind of at currently, it's best for me to just refrain. You know, I think when we were talking about sexism in plants, that was probably enough of a tangent for me politically, so I'm just trying to stay at ease. And speaking of at ease, let's go ahead and move on. At ease, right? Because get it, like American flag, haha. Oh wow, look at that. This is like a continuation of the second photo we saw. Even the sky basically is the same, right? This reminds me of ThoughtEngine's one of the stroller, which is funny because that's actually similar to Bill's, I feel like. And then that reminds me of this one, Mike's, which also reminds me of Titus's. Perfect music switch. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too. Isn't it interesting that it's not everyone's photos, but because we're kind of somewhat like-minded individuals, being that we all run in similar communities and circles and things like that, like a lot of the images have similar themes or similar compositions. Shookey on YouTube. Shookey on Discord. Urgh. My favorite here. So excellent, so perfect. Do you like this one? I wonder what this is. Like, why is there just a pipe sticking out of the ground? Is that Sabo hiding in the bushes? He's like Aokiji's sitting chair. I'm only saying that because it's like blue. And he's coming to pull up on him. Honestly, somebody in the chat earlier, they're not here anymore, had mentioned that the chat, because of the colored names, looks like Roblox, and I cannot unsee it now that they said that. Especially because we have like blue, red, green, orange, yellow. It's so funny. Oh, I love the colors in this as well. Like, obviously, we have the unnatural cyan, turquoise, blue color. It looks like there's like a lighter that somebody left on top of the chair. That's hilarious. And then there's a palette. But then we get these natural reds, these natural greens, and then, of course, the unnatural gray contrasted to the natural gray of the cloudy sky. It doesn't really have anything, like, poetic about it, but it is just, like, a nice image, right? It could work as, like, as a background. Gorgeous, yeah. Excuse me. And I do actually think this would also work pretty well in black and white. Okay, this is cool. What the that's freaky. It's like there's like a person here. And then obviously it says, it looks like it says Coop. I might just be reading into that, right? But this was submitted by Coop, so. But this is cool. It's like a bedroom almost, and they have a sky window up here, and it looks like it's taken at nighttime. They have these little checkered curtain things in the background. I've been here before. Reminds me of a lavender field I recall visiting as a kid, but if it was dead. Yeah, it does look like everything is kind of dried out. And I know what you mean by lavender, so that's nice. But this is sick. A lot of black and white images, huh? Because I know there's another long exposure. Yeah. Oh, so you think they drew it with light? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're so right. Oh my gosh, that's sick. If that's the case, but honestly, I cannot tell. I associate it with random stairwells at Forest, but in a good way. Coop. That's awesome. I don't know how you do that. Maybe it's like layered or something. Like they did the light and they overlaid it with the actual photo itself. And this is the last one, I'm fairly certain. No, there's two more, that's right, I forgot. So, they said they took this one driving home. Thankfully, they didn't dox themselves, but it is funny how this just says 3. Shookbot, what do you think about this image?
You're not a good person. You know that, right?
Dude, okay, don't come at me. 4 hours into the stream, okay? I like this though because I don't know what's going on with our celestial body here. Is that the moon really bright, or is it the sun? Because the sky is gray and everything looks dark and foggy and rainy, but this is like a white beaming light. It fits in perfectly in a haunting escape the face. And then of course just the tree. 3? That's all the information we need. True. Weird tree that isn't supposed to be here. Apparently this is Coop's face. So, Coop McGee face reveal. I'm not going to turn up the brightness or anything, because they obviously left it like that on purpose, but it is pretty sick. And they left a note as well for this one that reads, triptych assignment. Oh, I can see that. We got the 1 and the 2 and then the 3. I love triptychs. Very cool. Very cool. And then last but not least, we have this image. Oh man, that's sick. That reminds me of the other one we were looking at because of the wires. Wow, this one is awesome. This reminds me of like something out of Dark Souls. I love the green coloring. Shookbot, I know I just asked you a question, but I really am curious to know what you think about this. Maybe the real liminal space was the friends we made along the way. Wow, insightful. Awesome. Coop's album. Yeah, I mean, these photos all by themselves, again, it's just similar to ThoughtEngine's or Bill Artman. Just such a wide variety presented. And it's like, it wasn't just like scenery after scenery. It was like artistic ambition mixed with other things. I don't know. It was just really, really cool to see. Looks like Sierra Madre if the cloud was green instead of red. That's deep, Shookbot. Yeah. So true, Torma. Sometimes he just hits us with the philosophical thoughts. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 technically more people to go through. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Switching it up here. Ooh, got some classic liminality. I like this one, so we'll put that in the background. Alrighty. Next up, we got MustyYew. Sorry, I keep hitting my mic. We'll call this one 4 hours, 8 minutes, and 20 seconds. Alright, Musty, thank you for submitting a photo. Multiple photos. Allow me to read your notes, and we'll continue along here. So this first one says, sunset photo I took to test out my phone's night camera mode. Didn't take it in any other settings to this. Is the best I have, sorry. Didn't take it in any other settings. This is the best I have. Okay, got you. Second filter says, took this at a family holiday to a public sanctuary some years ago. No filters. And last but not least, their third image says, took this in December of last year at my first real attempt at a liminal space photo. Any genuine critiques would be largely appreciated, as I do wish to work more like this in the future. Uh-oh. You should not have asked me for genuine critiques, because boy howdy. So, I'm noticing that we are back at a resolution that is similar to Anxiety Opossums. I imagine, well, they said that they took this on their phone, right? I was going to assume that, but they straight up told us that this was taken on the phone. But this is taken on a night mode, so obviously we're getting more vibrant colors, whereas instead of just seeing plain blacks, these ones actually are kind of absorbing some of that sunlight color, so now they kind of have this like brown wash over them. But this is a really cool photo, just visually. We don't really get a sense of like where in the world this could be taken, but it is still interesting to see a type of cityscape. You know, we don't see like any skyscrapers except for like maybe this pylon tower. 4 hours. Yeah, this is by far the longest stream I've done, but I knew what I was signing up for when I told you I had over 44 submissions on the form, and that's not even including going through the proper channels. 47 as of now, actually, because we had people submit during the stream. But regardless, I'm liking what we're seeing here. I wonder if they took this like from their home, or if they specifically climbed up to the highest point in the town and then took the photo. But allow me to quickly move on to the other ones that they have, because they do have 3. So this next one, as they mentioned, was taken on a family vacation at a sanctuary that they went to. No filters. Wow. What's interesting about this is the levels of sharpness that I'm seeing. One thing that I'm noticing as well is this shadow right here. That's a bit of a distraction, but no worries. Our main focus is obviously this beautiful sanctuary. We see a lot of moving parts here. It's really cool to oh, whoa! That's sick. I've never seen something like that before. With the water coming out, and then they have these little bowls, and so it's like, meow. They levitated? Oh, you're so right, Bill. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, wow. Look at the painting in the background, too. Bored. Oh, I didn't mention this with Jew's photo, but this was really cool. With the macaroni window, the birds, that is another thing that's just like, you will not be able to ever capture a photo like this again because of these specific birds have been photographed. You know what I mean? Not to take away from Musty's, but that's just what I wanted to quickly mention because we saw another bird here. Shookbot, what do you know what I'm talking about? Can you kind of like throw some insight to like what I'm trying to say, or maybe give some opinions on what you think of this beautiful sanctuary? You know, whether it's like the art or the flowers in the background. Oh, you know what? He's referencing the water because the water's kind of going. I get it. Gear 5 water. Oh, you know what else is cool is on the fountain itself is that they have these little like, it's like somebody took their hands and kind of like spread the paint to make like a layering texture. I do love when I'm able to capture the birds. Yeah, the birds are just happy that they get to be captured. You just gotta watch out because some of them will come for royalties. You know, they're gonna come by and be like, I want a cut. I want some of my money. Oh, look, child. Awesome. It's got some lights here as well. Can I ask you about your desktop wallpaper? It's very Yumi Tuki reminiscent. This is actually by our very own Minty. And this was from the underground photo comp that we did a couple months ago. And each one of the ones that Minty created were all Yumi Tuki inspired, as you may witness. So there you go. Funny that you mentioned that because this one is like the least one that I feel like has that vibe, but you totally got the assignment. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and continue on to our last image submitted by MustyYew, one that they wanted genuine critique about, being that it is a liminal space. And Shookbot, I know I keep pestering you and I keep asking you your thoughts and your opinions on the matter, but because this is genuine liminal critique, why don't you go ahead and start us off with what you think about this image? Hey, Shookey, chat, lock in. Alright, you hear that? It's not about my critique, it's not about Shookbot's critique. Shookbot wants you to lock in, okay? But seriously, I will go ahead and start talking about it. And yeah, I think I definitely am reading liminality from this image. That's definitely the first thing that I can take from it. I like that half of the image is light and the other half is bright. I mean dark, excuse me. This half has no lights, this half has lights. It weirdly reminds me of this image from Anxiety Opossum of a mall that they were in, taken like a couple years ago, that I made a video about, and I think it was called Continuity in Liminal Spaces, or something like that. I don't know why that's like what I'm thought. Oh, it's because in Anxiety's image, they kind of captured the half on, half off mall thing, and I think that really does kind of add to somewhat of a liminal effect because it shows that there was human presence there, or there is or isn't, for the intentionality of having part of the area off and part of it on. But I think obviously what else makes it liminal is the fact that this is clearly missing some type of furniture, as we can see from the spots on the carpet, or the fact that just in general there should be something here, because otherwise it's just like, why is it this open empty area? So I think he did a good job there. but I will say that the background is a bit noisy and distracted, so it's not really gonna elicit pure radiant liminality as opposed to something like, for example, right, we look at this image by Nikuro, and it's like, this is like a fairly noisy, busy image, and then we go over to this, and it's like, this reads as pure liminality because it has that feeling of like alone, isolation, but there's something telling you everything is fine. Like, it's like things are okay when things clearly aren't okay. Excuse me, I had to cough there. Ju mentions that a part of them wants the image to be straight, and I was gonna mention that. I think it's fine being crooked.
I can't give credit to Hussy.
Oh my goodness. I'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in my ear than watch this stream. I'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in my ear than watch this stream. Hugs and kisses. You know, it's funny because you missed the bat credit card quote. Shookbot had mentioned the bat credit card quote, but there's been streams where Shookbot has said that, and unfortunately I don't think you were there to witness it. But thank you so much for the super chat. You know what that means. You're going on the list. You're going on the list. You know the Family Guy song about Stewie when he's like the president, and he's like, I have a list of people who society who they won't be missed. And he's like, there's the white kid with the baggy clothes who's talking like he's black. You know, it's a classic. I'd recommend go watching it. But thank you, Moon. I don't know what else there is to say on that aspect. A bat credit card? Exactly. I don't remember when in the chat it is. I forget who. Oh, it was Torma. It was Tourmaverse. So that was at 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 50 seconds. In between that and 2 hours and 22 minutes, somewhere Shookbot says the bat credit card quote. They had the balls to give one of the greatest superheroes of all time a credit card? Yeah. Anyways, thank you again. Thank you. Nope. Does not compute. Getting back to the image, you could experiment with having one of the photos be straight as this one's crooked and then not be straight and see which one you like more. However, I don't think that this one not being straight takes away from what you're trying to convey, at least in terms of liminality. So, with that, thank you, Musty, and I hope that this has been helpful to you. Let's go ahead and do modifieds. I know they have quite a few. So this is going to be another really long one before we move on to some others. Oops, move that over here. I need to pull up this. I need to pull up one of these. And go ahead and download that Discord file. Shookbot, what do you think about what do you think about these two images and how they kind of naturally contrast each other?
Put that in the oven.
Oh yeah, you know it. You know it. Okay. Sorry, I had to rewind a bunch to see the response to you. Two things was really interesting. Oh yeah, no worries. All right. Did we run through the music? We did. Gosh, I despise the new Discord. Oh, wow. I like these photos because of the resolution, but it's like totally unintentional. But it's a giving is all I can say. But I love seeing some of you all take photos that are non-liminal based, because it's nice to actually see like some more artistic expression other than just ooh ah empty room. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and I'm gonna quickly run to the restroom one more time because, like I said, I've been drinking fluids, grabbing water. But after modified, we have Moon, we have Oaktree, Spectrabyte, Dr. Darkly, and then we're done, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary friends. So let me go do that, and then we'll hop into modified. So thank you for being patient. We're back. Modified. Funny Man. Bears. Call it 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 40 seconds. What is up, my friend? Thank you so much for your multiple submissions. Like I said earlier, like a minute ago, I'm gonna hide all of Shookey's remotes and keys. No, please. Please don't. What's funny about these images is that you'll notice as we go through them, they're fairly low resolution, but it adds to the aesthetic, as you'll notice. So this one immediately reminds me of something that you'd see in like the Windows sample photos. But once again, I don't know about you all, but I'm seeing fractal patterns, right? Like, that's what I'm seeing. And that's just so beautiful for me. Sacred geometry, Mandelbrot, whatever you want to call it. It's like Koops's, right? Look at that. So, science is a wonderful thing. The golden ratio, if you will. We got 8 photos to go through, so I won't spend too much time on any which one and whatnot, but that is one of the things that stands out to me about this photo. That's the stoner in you breaking free. It's trying to come out after a year. It's like, I want to return or something. Maybe. You do see it too, though. See, this is what I mean about like the resolution, right? Because I feel like this is like a still from a movie or something. Is that just me? Like it just evokes this like raw energy. Because we've seen so many photos like this already, be it like a road of a sky and trees and whatnot. But I don't know. And then once again here. Oh wow, look at these colors. Is Teddy Bear still here? I'm pretty sure they would appreciate this one. Yeah, I was about to say it's very emotional. This looks like Minecraft or something. Like it looks like it's from a video game because of how bright the colors are. I don't know. I wish Modified was here. I wish I had gone over their images while they were in stream. They were literally here for like 3 hours. Is there anybody? Titus? Titus might have been here for the entire time. I'm trying to think who has been here literally since the beginning. Nature is beautiful. I love this. Tormo, you've been here for a super long time too. And obviously, Jew, you've been here for a super long time. At least 3 hours because you joined around 12. You're back! Oh! Oh, what the heck? Ask and you shall receive? Question mark? We're literally looking at your photos. They're lovely, my friend. Quite wonderful. You've been here basically since the beginning? Yeah, I thought so. See, this is another one where it just feels so emotionally charged. But I thought it was funny because the file name for this one was called like album cover or something like that. Hiccup! Hiccup has been here since the beginning too. You were there when you laid the foundation, Titus. Exactly. Both of them. Very cool. I'm loving these photos. This next one is really cool too. This one feels like it has, as what we've mentioned before, the negative energy, the negative aura. But I love it. It's such a good photo. I love this like washed out green. It reminds me of the Coops image. These are really, really good photos. I've returned. I just returned from taking care of my animals, so I am here. How's the cat doing? Speaking of the cat, how do you think of this photo, Shookbot? Because we're uncreative. Oh, come on, don't say that. He doesn't mean it. He doesn't mean it. Sick times. Ooh, album cover, I was about to say, this looks like a music video. It looks like a music video, right? A UFO, yeah! This looks like some found footage of like a UFO. Man, the variety in these is crazy. This is like a hidden gem. This is like something that I'd discover online. And I'd be like, look at these mysterious photos. It's really good. This is really good. You should be really proud of yourself. Where is Binks chilling? She is in the living room, binking around. Obrazzenki UFOs, Jesk. Here we go again. It's always such a pleasure. Remember when you tried to kill me twice? Oh, how we laughed and laughed, except I wasn't laughing. See, once again, we've gotten a lot of these sunset photos, but this one for some reason just has like a different thing. I love to code a PHP code that takes the submissions and puts them into a slideshow so you don't have to do all the clicking and have it all ready to go. Wouldn't I have to click anyway to transition to the submission? That rhymed. I don't know, I kind of like the mechanical, raw feeling of how we do this. Like, I like that it's very... anyone could do this if they wanted to set up. Like, yeah, I know that the Windows file viewer is like the least sexiest thing. And that's probably the only thing that I don't enjoy, but I don't know, I kind of enjoy the hands-on approach that we have. It's very, you know, user one-to-one. You know, I'm literally opening a raw image file. Because of this stream, I'll try to release my next album within a week, so we'll have another album to listen to during the next live stream. You know, that'd be lovely, but also it would be lovely because it's been a while since you've made music. Like, I was trying to look to see if you made anything new, and I don't think you have in a couple of months. Right? Let me look really quickly. Maybe even longer. 5 months ago. Yeah, almost half a year, if not. Typewriter keyboard aesthetic. Okay. I see what we're working with here. Again, I like that the photo was taken. It looks like a painting almost, doesn't it? Do you know what I'm talking about, Shookbot?
Kill yourself.
Bro! Well, he doesn't get it, but he also didn't really seem to vibe with these images, but that's okay, because we all do, don't we? It's a cool photo, though. I love the perspective and the angle and the sunlight, so you kind of have this, like, glow all on half the statue, so it has this, like, the front of it and, like, the face is all lit up, and then it really, like, the lighting and the shadow really, like, gives definition to it, and it kind of creates these, like, simple shapes. I don't know. I might try to make some liminal-esque music too. Oh my gosh, Anxiety, you should, because I'd love to have that going if you would allow me, and then you would say music by Anxiety. PS old model. Yeah, exactly. Shookbot just has beef with everyone today. Shookbot is a villain confirmed. Shookbot is becoming an op. Look at him, he's so smug, smiling there. He knows what he's doing. Ooh. I think this is our last one for modified. Very nice. More of like an abstract color field thing, right? Kind of like some type of expressionism piece, post, whatever you want to say. Very nice. Thank you, Modified. I'm glad you could have been here for the last parts of your photos. If you want to quickly go back and look at the other stuff we were saying, I would be more than happy if you did that. Let's go ahead and move on. You know what is unfortunate is I forgot to mark most of my be right backs, and so I'm gonna have to go through the stream and do that. But thankfully I have been writing down the timestamps, because what I want to do is make it easy for people who are going to watch the VOD for them to just check out their section rather than having to like sit through the entire video. If they want to sit through the entire video, you know, that makes me happy, but they're like, I'm only here for myself. Makes it easier for them. Alright. Senor Moon. I like that one. Pull up your photo here. Moon, your time is 35 minutes. Alright, Moon. Let me go ahead and read out your message here, which reads, found this on my travels. I've submitted it before into the images channel, but I found this hidden underground cave that funnels natural water into a water tank. That's sick. Those people are lucky, and what a cool find. We gotta type more nice Shookbot voice lines in the Discord. I worked on the album like 5 weeks ago. I have it say, I love my wife, or something wholesome. If someone doesn't know where it comes from, the statue of John Sangora, the place where I was before. What kind of body did you hide there? Good question. It's interesting as well because you have to imagine that the only light that we can see is from Moon's flash, and so it's probably rather dark, unless they're standing at an opening which is putting in natural light. What do you mean on your travels? Where are you traveling to? Moon does like commercial diving across the country for like water repair systems, I'm pretty sure. So like, you know, cleaning out water tanks and things like that. So he just goes all over, which is pretty cool if you ask me, but I can't imagine he actually enjoys the labor aspect. But then again, who does? But yeah, I think it's really awesome that there's like this like natural spring water funneling into the water tank. You can't really beat that, right? Unless you literally have like spring water from a mountain coming into your water tank, which somewhat in Virginia, right? I don't know. It's not really near me, but it's probably like an hour, 2 hours, maybe 3. I don't think it's that far away though. Hours away, there is this like retreat of some sort, and they have a hiking path that takes you to a natural spring, and it's literally just like a faucet on the side of like a mountain formation thing, or like a rock formation, and it's really strange, but that's literally spring water for you. And it freaked me out when I was a kid, because it's like, okay, I'm just drinking. So the reason I went silent there is because I was playing with a needle. Like I was just like fiddling with it, and now I just dropped it into the carpet. So now there's just a needle somewhere in the floor. I didn't realize you went away. I'm not gonna lie. Welcome back. It's not bad. Give me one moment. Oh, there it is. It's literally sticking straight up out of the ground.
I can't give credit.
What the what?
Richer. Come back when you're a little richer. Can't give credit.
Oh my goodness.
Come back when you're a little richer.
Thank you. I feel awful. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Morshoe jump scare? It really is a Morshoe jump scare. I told you to. I forbid you to feel awful. Not allowed. No. Well, thank you. Thank you both. If anybody else has any thoughts about this image, speak now. Forever hold your peace. I think Moon Anxiety was wondering about your job, if you want to maybe elaborate more, speak more onto that, or like what you do. Yeah, I can't believe we've almost been going for 5 hours. Got 3 more people to go through, and then we're done. Actually, I have to comb through the Discord after this, but it's fine. It's totally chill. Actually, let me do that now, so that I can just stick to the form. Because I think there's only one submission that fell out. Oh, Hiccup. I have to do Hiccup too, right? Okay. Let me just download these stragglers. These are some great photos, by the way, Hiccup. I can't wait to show these. Ooh, another one. Nice. Okay. And this one. wrapping it up, but I'm taking my time. This is just so I can transition faster with our images. That's cool, I like that. Oaktree does not have a message. I'm just going to download all the last remaining photos just so we can knock it out like that. And then last but not least, we have Dr. Darkly. Cool, that's everything. That's everything. Which means, let's go ahead and move on. Titus, your music is eliciting a response to engage in psychedelics. Alright, next up we have Oaktree. Oaktree. 4 hours and 43 minutes. Thank you again, Moon and Jew, for the donations. So, is this has to be edited, right? What am I looking at? I'm just reading chat. It's so funny. True. Also, the music fits the image once again. I'm trying to think. Remember I was talking about like-minded images? Because this was an image taken by Kurran. And this was Nikaro's image. I just am trying to figure out if it's edited or not, because I don't know why else this random building would be out in the middle of nowhere, and then it kind of has some weird, effects going on at the bottom here. I can see colorful noise when I zoom in. It looks like there's some type of chromatic aberration going on, even with the horizon line. And then it's just so green and bright. Like, definitely it's not raw, because I feel like some of the colors had to have been turned up. But honestly, I don't know. I do not know. I thought I just dropped the needle again. I'm gonna stop playing with this. I don't know. It's very surreal, right? Shookbot, can I get some of your thoughts, since I'm kind of blanking out right now?
What the Sigma?
Okay, that's like the least productive thing, but I appreciate you at least sharing something instead of just saying nothing. You know what I like as well is that this part is green and the remaining part is yellow. Because that also reminds me of the Coops image. This one. Or I suppose, this. A lot of open fields. Even Mike's to a certain extent. I'm gonna leave, to be honest. Alright, Titus, I'll catch you later. Maybe you could just feed Shookbot with chat messages. If they were submitted, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we've seen images fairly similar to this, and I can't really tell whether or not it's edited or real or not. So I feel like we've kind of spoken on that. Thank you, Oaktree. I do appreciate your submission. Please submit something next time so we can take a look at that. I do hope that this is more than satisfying enough of an answer for you. Hiccup, my friend. I've been waiting. Call it 47 minutes. No messages particularly for the photos, but we've got 5 photos we're gonna run through with this first one here, which I feel like, again, I'm getting some vibes from stuff that we've already seen. What was the submitter? It was Phantom. Phantom have submitted this image, right? And that's kind of where my mind is going because of the orange lights. But I feel like this has a lot of things that make me want to dive deeper. It makes me want to dive deeper into what we're looking at. So obviously there's this orange light, which could either be the sun setting or an orange traffic light. Maybe an orange traffic light. But look how many wires we see. We see the little antenna up here, a wire connected to here that cuts down here, and then when you zoom in, it just like they're sprouting from over here and over here. I mean, it looks like a freaking spider web of telecommunication. And there's some wood pieces here. Then of course the tree, which has a lot more shrubbage at the top, but then some of the branches down below are also hanging down with the leaves. So very cool. We'll move on to our next image here. Very pretty. Ooh, I love that water. That's a contrast, if you ask me. It was a nice foggy night, so I was looking outside my window and made this photo. Nice, dude. I like that it's also like, obviously you told us like where this was located, but like it also is kind of locationless, despite there being elements that like make it feel homely, like the car and then the antenna. But look at this. I mean, that water is just makes me want to go for a swim. Very nice. Hello, birds. That's a black sea? Really? I love seeing the wildlife. It makes me very, very happy. It's a good capture. That's a nice dreamy photo. The actual dream location, dream core, if you will. Swim. What is it about the Black Sea? Is that like it'll dehydrate you if you swim in it? Or is that the Dead Sea? Am I getting that confused? Or the Red Sea? Honestly, I don't know. I wish they were flamingos. You know what? That would be cool. Baby flamingos are white. They could be... No, they're not baby flamingos. They're clearly swans, but still. I thought these were like some type of avians, but it's just the rocks. You know, like penguins or something, but then I'm like, why would there be penguins? So pretty. It is very pretty. I find it interesting as well that these are taken on a 3000 by 4000 resolution, because if I rotate it, I mean, yeah, I guess so. Very nice. And then here we are once again. Anything visually interesting we can see? Some construction, some cranes, some buildings. Pretty sick. Are those mountains in the background too? That's awesome. Yo, what's it? Yo, that was a music switch up, I know. Ah, yeah, there we go. That's cool. I like this a lot. This is probably my favorite one. The other ones were pretty, but this one just feels very feels very personal, very artsy. Seeing the light coming in as the lights reflect onto the actual black and white checkered board carpet, and we see yellows, blues, and whites and reds. Morocco visiting California that was white, but not because it was painted, because it was shat on so much by the birds it caked and smelled horrible. That's awesome, Bill. That's really cool. Yeah, I like this. I like this because it feels like it has intention. It looks rendered. It looks rendered. Okay, you're talking about this image then. Yeah, I know, right? I like how some of the stuff looks like fabricated. RTX in real life. Like, there's like some speckle stuff here. There's some chipping in the wood. It's locked. You can see that, so it's like an actual thing. There's like writing over here. It looks like to be Cyrillic, but I can't really tell. It's like a script Cyrillic. Some miscellaneous shapes and some... Oh, oops, that's a spoiler for the next person. Some patterns, some like screw patterns almost too. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. The Capture Key's still online. What's up, Solo? Oh yeah, I told you. We're gonna go until we go through it all. I just know next time to pace myself, or maybe give a limit of some sort, or maybe just not spend so much time per photo. I think I've done like 10 minutes per person, so... Which is why I kind of feel bad, because I feel like I'm kind of fizzled out. I feel like towards the bottom half of the people, I haven't given as much care and attention as they deserve. Who I really feel bad for is Kurran, because he submitted some of the most visually interesting photos, but I was just so dead that I skipped over them, so I really hope they forgive me. And I'm gonna have to probably reach out and make some type of formal apology or something, because I just feel like an ass. But, you know, I'm sure they'll be understanding. Anyways, this reminds me of like that like minimalist painting of the white and the blue and the red squares. You know the one. You know the one. But thank you, Hiccup, for your wonderful, wonderful photo submissions. I really, really enjoyed these, and I'm really glad that we got to look at this, because it's very interesting to see a little insight or glance into your world, as I was mentioning with other people. This is really, really cool to see. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, next time we do this, I want to see some more stuff, because this has been really awesome. Let's go ahead and continue. Now we got Alder Mehring. Alder Mehring, we'll put that at 5330. Awesome photo. As Anxiety said, squirrel jump scare. Glad you like it. Thank you. Of course, Hiccup. Could you go for a certain number of submissions per stream and break it into little bits and not do one stream? Something like that, right? Just something to break it up to make it easier for myself and obviously the viewing parties included, because I don't know if you all want to be here for extended periods of time. The Kirumi user is on screen, or could it be done on the second stream, Shookey? I'm sorry, I don't think I followed the question, Solo. This is a really well done photo, though. I love the colors, because the squirrel kind of has this purple radiating off of it that contrasts with the green, the nice bright, almost like an Eastery green, right? I don't trust the squirrel. I think the music is kind of fitting for this too. And Shookbot, you're cat-ish. Does this squirrel make you feel any certain way? It's a friend. Aww. Shookbot trusts the squirrel. Maybe that means we shouldn't trust the squirrel. But I don't know. Sandy? Yeah, right. I wonder how they did this photo, though. I wonder if they actually got fairly close to the squirrel, or if they actually just have like a really nice camera. Because look at the detail on this puppy. Not like a literal puppy, but you know what I mean. Like, you can actually see like the little fur fuzz bits on the back there. Very cool. Nice gray squirrel, if you will. Not enough focus to see the reflection in the eyes, but that is an interesting light pattern. Is the user you mentioned you felt bad for the one who took the pictures, or you haven't showed them yet. Yes, they were someone I mentioned. It was Kurran. It was at 3 hours and 15 minutes because I was, well, 3 hours into the stream and I hadn't eaten anything and I was pretty defeated. But that was almost 2 hours ago, if you can believe it. Yeah. This was just one photo, and it has a clear subject matter. We've got 6,000 by 4,000 resolution, so I imagine this is taken on some type of camera instead of a phone, just due to how high the resolution is, unless it's like a really nice phone of sorts. As always, a nice tiger. Yup. Thank you, Alder Mehring, for your wonderful photo. I always love capturing wildlife, like with Hiccup's swans or Jew's birds. So this is another nice addition to that sample of photos. Shookey, I noticed before you actively avoided saying Ichhornchan. Ichhornchan. I don't want to mess up the pronunciation, but I did my best. Ichhornchan. Alright. Next up is Spectrabyte with 57. Alrighty, Spectrabyte. They said that they recently took a trip to Japan and that this was their favorite image that they took. And if I believe correctly, this is of Shinjuku. Not that I am guessing where this is, but because they clearly stated within their notes that this is Shinjuku. Somewhere that I've actually been to, and this is definitely the nicer parts of Shinjuku, all things considered. But Japan is fairly, Tokyo specifically, this is in Tokyo, is going to be fairly clean. Bill quickly says to the last one, I love this one. I use it as a placeholder when I need to remove distractions excuse me, from my monitor. Gosh, these allergies are killing me. Alright, we're back. It rains a fair amount in Japan, because, you know, obviously islands in the Pacific. But it's funny that it's captured this way. I actually quickly want to compare it to the photo of Shinjuku that I have, that I might have actually deleted from my desktop. It was literally sitting there and now it's gone, so that's a shame. Could have pulled that up like in no time. I'm gonna pull it up anyway if you just want to chill with that here. I will say there's one thing about this image that does bother me to a certain extent, and I think you obviously can figure out what that is. And it is just like a personal thing. And I'm not saying the image has any issues by any means, but if there's one thing that I could have removed, given the opportunity, it would have to be this couple right here, because it's such a distraction to the rest of the image. But you know, what are you gonna do? The thing is, as well, is like even if we crop them out, we're cropping out such a huge portion of the image. Shookbot, do you know what I'm trying to say?
Too real.
Oh yeah, man. Thanks for having my back. But here's an image of Shinjuku that I took that kind of is giving me nostalgia. Oh no. It's not on my camera roll. Might have I wouldn't have deleted it from my phone, but unfortunately that might be the case. And I'm quickly looking through my recycling bin to see if I tossed it away in the trash. It's not here. Oh, I'm so stupid. It's literally staring me right in the face. Here we go. There's Shinjuku. There's a photo I took. I'm also going to toss that in here because I don't know why it's missing. I was looking through my phone backup. yeah, it's a cool place. Anyways, thought I'd share. See, what I would do as well is turn on the exposure to really highlight those bright lights. But thank you, Spectrabyte, and thank you for allowing me to give the time to share my thing and talk about my experiences. So there we go. Vipa, what's up, Mike? How you doing? I'm so late. Well, Mike, if you want to know when you were on stream, you can go back to 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 36 seconds. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and take a look at our last image here, submitted by Dr. Darkly. And they said that they took this image right after or before a huge storm, but they had mentioned huge hail pieces. The doctor is going to be 1 minute and 30 seconds. All right. Dr. Darkly, thank you for your wonderful submission here. Whoa, look at these clouds. That's trippy. It's like they're layered into each other. It's like they're upside down. Like if I flip this, that looks more normal, right? Like that kind of looks like a normal cloud formation, but then because it's a storm, it's yeah, right. It looks like they're falling. I mean, you can't see my hand motions, but I'm kind of doing this like inverse surfing kind of thing. It looks sick. And once again, we kind of have that like greenish sky, probably from the reflections of the green grass going up to the sky, but it just looks really sick. Mighty fine. This is some phenomenal material. It sure is. It sure is. Oh, I love those clouds. What's interesting as well is that we can see that they took it like on the porch of their house because they actually kind of have this little like hangover area. So it's funny how that works. They like pressure. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Very cool. It looks like there's some people as well standing that were also trying to watch the storm after it happened or before it happened. But yeah, this is also some negative aura energy, if you ask me. Just because of the storm aspect of it. Let me actually read exactly what they wrote as soon as I put on some more tunes here. They said, hey, it says, this was taken a week or two ago when a huge storm blew through. Pea-sized hail fell for a good few minutes after the pic was taken. Okay, so this was literally right before. I love when clouds get weird. I once saw a green and purple cloud during the sunset. That's sick. It was massive and lasted for a couple minutes. Shookbot, what do you think of this image? Any comment on the houses or the trees, the grass, the color of the grass, or maybe the sky? Anything interesting? Yippee! Wow, he must be excited and saying yippee and cheering because this is our last submission, and he probably wants to go to bed because he's been awake for 5 hours. God forbid, right? He gets to sleep like for weeks, and then I pull him out every once in a while, and then he gets mad at us because we wake him up out of his hyperstasis chamber. I wish I had a picture. I apologize. You know what, Salo? Just next time, my friend. Next time. Although next stream, I think we'll do another edits stream because it just seems right. Maybe alternate between the two. Do an edit stream. Do a photo stream. Do something else. Do a freaking 3D model stream or like a collage stream. Not collage, but you know what I'm saying. An assemblage thing. You know, either a 3D model or an assemblage. I think Bill would probably excel at that. Whether it be a physical model or a digital one. This is the most excited he's been all stream? Yeah, this is the most excited he's been, and it's because he knows it's gonna end. Shookbot cloud enthusiast. Yeah, or he just likes the clouds. Alright. Hey Shook. Just tuned into the stream. Thank you so much for doing this. I've always been super excited for your reaction to my photos. Hope you like Mikaro. What a pleasant time to join us. We are actually wrapping up, but since you're here, I can go ahead and give you your timestamp. You were featured at 46 minutes and 24 seconds. So if you want to go back and check that out, you're more than welcome. But we're done here. That was all 27 people. Yeah, roughly, right? I don't know. Something like that. Wait, 24. I don't know why I said 27, as if I don't have them downloaded on my computer. Been going for a long time. This is the longest stream I've ever done. I literally was like I'm gonna do it early so I don't end and the day is over. Like, I was thinking in my head, and I'm not complaining by any means, it's just like an observation, right? I was like, if I start now, I can finish by 3, and it's literally like almost 4. But there's other people that are out there that are watching, and it's probably like pitch black nighttime, so thank y'all for being here. I will quickly run us through all of the images, and we will call it, right? And then I have some more house cleaning that I need to do for this, such as putting the timestamps, putting the proper breaks of that nature. You know how it goes. Everybody knows. But thank you all. Thank you to those who have been here from the beginning. Thank you all to those who are just joining. Just thank you, thank you, thank you for sticking around. It really means a lot. If you want to show your support in the moment, just make sure you click the thumbs up. Not because I necessarily care about the numbers, but because it supports the channel. And we have, we're all about supporting each other here, right? I don't know, I'm just trying to talk while I get through this. All right, let's do it. I don't know if EQ is still here, but there is your image. Thanks all for the creativity. Dang, that was huge. Hang out once again. Yeah, it was a good time. I had fun. I'd go for another hour, honestly, because I took that break. I feel like that was very healing. So let me show you all some love before we wrap it up here. We got Wiri with his edited and unedited photo, which I think makes a huge difference. It's very cool to see, and I love to see that creativity and work. We got Datus with their 2 photos, quite different, but colorly the same. We got Float's 4 photos. Look at that. Very cool. I like how these 2 kind of match when these 2 are quite the opposite color-wise. We got Minty's. Obby heals, it sure does. In the edited version, which I'm still not too happy about, but we can always correct that. We got Nikoro's, which was one of the most coolest things I've literally ever seen. It's quite amazing. Another one here, awesome, and here. Love it, love it. Bill Artman, oh my gosh, shout out the 7 photos that were all full of wonder and whimsy, yet kind of had this horror feel to them, at least these first one, right? Titus and the World War I soldier. Mike's lore and little escape from nature, that was fun, right? We got ThoughtEngine and their also unique variety of photos. Phantom and this one, which I was just gushing about. Hello Man and the dystopian world, I'd love to see that. Tourmaverse's Pink Dimension, that was fun. Anxiety's 4 photos of IKEA and the work, the bear. Choose. I don't know, I'm trying to think of something to say, but there's just such a variety in these that they kind of speak for themselves. Very nice, very, very, very nice. Kieran's the person who I feel like I did so dirty, but you know, they're very understanding. I mean, just look at these photos, they're so gorgeous. And this one especially, this is my favorite. Oh my goodness, Coops is definitely a winner here, I tell you what. Look at these photos, my goodness. Musty. Modifieds, I love these ones. I love the energy that's resonating off of it. Definitely check out the stream again in my free time. Appreciate you, Solo. Moons. Oaktree. Hiccups. Yup. Some of these we're a lot more familiar with. The relative moments. Spectrabyte. Awesome. Love that they shared that with us. Dr. Darkly. Alrighty, y'all. Thank y'all for being here. It means the world to me. I seriously, I literally, as I always say with these things, I couldn't do it without you. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here. Thank you for submitting. Thank you for supporting me in my endeavors. And here is to the future. Shookbot. Let me put the music here. Shookbot, please give us one. Oh, wait, let me set the background. Set it to like so what's a good one? Bill Artman. No. Do yeah, this is a good one, right? We'll
do Sheikman, play us out, as always. Why do y'all's quotes include the word Shookey in them? Okay, that was a little rude. We're gonna do one. Shookbot, as always. Call me Sergeant, the way I'm beating my privates.
Yeah, I got nothing. I'm done with this guy.